I can do what I want when I want to do it. I can do what I need when I need to get through it. When I need someone else, can't be too proud for help, but gotta look after myself. Sometimes it can get lonely, never living in the moment. When the sun is shining, hope that I'm reminded, like how the clouds keep changing. I'm always steady rearranging, going back to the basics of what a good day is. What a good day is. And that's exactly what the day is. But it's exactly what you make it. So please don't go wasting. And I'll do the same, even if it's raining. How could I complain? And my feels got me feeling some type of way. You always free to take a break. Hope you feel what I felt. You gotta look after yourself. Sometimes it can get lonely, never living in the moment. When the sun is shining, hope that I'm reminded, like how the clouds keep changing. I'm always steady rearranging, going back to the basics of what a good day is. Of what a good day is. What a good day is. And that's exactly what the day is.
All right, we are back in the building, right on time. Good morning to everybody that's in here. Hopefully y'all are doing well. Let me know. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can see me. We're gonna get into it right away. Let me see. Oh, we're looking all crispy and clean on the screen. Okay. Welcome, y'all. Welcome back to another YouTube live stream and another episode of the Music Morning Show. I'm your host, Classy Beats of ClassyBeats.com. And today we are going to get into it. We are going to review some of the testimony that we missed from yesterday afternoon. I heard it got wild over there. We're going to get Wally on the stand finally, and we're going to give a little bit of his background, figure out why in the world he's here in the first place. And if y'all missed it, we'll get into some of this crazy testimony. And then court is going to resume today at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You know, we'll be here for it as well. And reviewing the videos from yesterday afternoon should get us right up to the live court today. All right, but let's go ahead and get into it. I gotta say what's up to the people before we get started though. Shout out to everybody who's in the building. Hold on, let me make sure I can see y'all first. There we go. Of course, my awesome, amazing Amy is in the building. Shout out to Amy. We've got Kathleen Murphy is in here. Shout out to Kathleen. Les Cleaver, my guy. Auntie Kyrese is in the building. Michi, Jay Buckmaster. Oh, hold on. I gotta stop the show. Shout out to Jay Buckmaster, man. He sent a super chat yesterday and I completely missed it. Shout out to Jay Buckmaster. He dropped a 20 bomb over on the PayPal yesterday. Appreciate you, Jay Buckmaster. Thank you for the support. And I'm gonna put him up there on the screen too. We got Perfect Pieces in here. Good Tuesday. We got Olivia Rose, Valencia, the Honorable Attorney Kel Bell, Alabama Gigi is in here. We've got Blissful Comment. Good to see you. M is in here as well. Shout out to M Medina in the building. Nosy Rosie, Libby 22, SC Girl is up in here. We've got D-Lo in the building. Tada is in here. We've got Trisha. Shout out to all the members. Look at all that green in the chat, man. Valencia's in here as well. We've got Danny in real life. Unita Sims is in the building. Did I miss? No, I missed a bunch of y'all. Paint Sound is in here. We've got Taryn in the building as well. Good to see y'all. We're gonna go ahead and get right into it because we've got Wally finally on the stand. This is gonna be an interesting one. I watched a little bit of the court proceedings from yesterday afternoon, and it starts to get crazy. So we're going to go ahead and get right into it. If y'all could, on your way in, make sure you like the video. Not only is it free, not only does it help the show continue to grow, but it lets the YouTube algorithm know that you guys are enjoying the show, and it shares the video and the channel out with more people. All right. Also, we just dropped a brand new Patreon. So if you haven't checked out the Patreon, make sure you click the link in the description as well as in the pinned comment in the chat. We got some exclusive content over there. I'm going to be creating more videos exclusively for Patreon. And also we're going to have members only Patreon exclusive live stream. So if y'all want to get into that, make sure you check it out. All right, let's go ahead and get into the court proceedings from yesterday afternoon. Let's go. Let me make sure we're good. Here we go. Let's go ahead and get Wally up here.
I don't apologize for being late. Is that all right?
I'm sorry?
I was going to say, is it okay if I don't apologize again? Tell you what, just assume I'm apologizing. Pretend I'm apologizing.
Good morning to everybody that's in here. I see y'all. Law and Crime is having an issue with their feed, so we'll skip ahead a little bit. There we go.
People agree with that?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Michi. Shout out to Michi. Before we get into it, I wanted to give y'all some background into who Wally is. Shout out to Michi for asking this question. Thank you for reminding me. So here we go. We've got a breakdown of who Wally is from the Black Letter Law. So 1, he runs a technology software agency. All right. He lives in New Jersey, but was working in Paris. He flew in last night or Sunday night to clear his name to testify. He said he would never doctor or fake recordings. So we're going to get into the recordings between him and Relly in a second. He's not working for Rocky anymore. Relly wanted to boost his public image with articles from this case. What? Wow. He watched the case on Thursday. This is talking about Wally. And he said a pretty private person. He said he's a pretty private person, so when people lie on his name, he gets upset. Ooh, who was lying on him? He also says that he made 2 recordings between himself and Relly in May and August of 2022. Now, we remember and we saw in court that Relly said the phone calls that were played were not between Relly and Wally. Well, Wally might have something different to say on that. He also said he made the recordings to protect himself because Relly called him numerous times. He gave those recordings to Rocky because he felt they were conversations he needed to hear. The conversations were suspicious and talked about monetary things. Rocky's entertainment lawyer paid for his ticket to fly from LA to Paris. So there's a little background on Wally. Interesting enough, Relly was making it seem like him and Wally are cool, but according to what the Black Letter Law is saying, it might not be the case. Let's get into it and see what Wally's talking about.
All right.
Yikes.
All right. Defense, call your witness.
Okay. Your, Mr.
Great question, Michi. Thank you. So there's Wally right there, the man, the myth, the legend. Gonna help us set the record straight. This should be interesting.
Okay. You solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending for this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. And you please take a seat on the witness stand. Make it you and the government. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Wally Sajeni, Wally Sajimi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Day.
Hello.
What do you, so what do you do for a living?
I run a technology software agency where we build website software for clients, musicians, creatives, brands, direct-to-consumer brands. Yeah.
And have you done work in that capacity for Rocky?
Yes.
Okay. Have you also, and by the way, do you work for Rocky?
No, I have my own business.
Okay. So you do consulting work?
Yes, consulting.
Did an individual that you know as Relly also ask you to do work for him?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
And same capacity as a consultant as well?
Correct.
All right. Now, do you have any, just let's get this out of the way. Do you have any personal knowledge of the facts of this case, one way or another?
No.
Okay. After Rocky's arrest in this case, and fair to say you're friends with Rocky, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's
After
Rocky's friend.
arrest in this case, did Relly ask you to do anything for him?
Yes, he did.
What did he ask you to do?
A number of things, but he really wanted to boost his social media presence with certain articles from this case.
Okay. In particular, do you remember any?
It was a long list, but they were high publications.
TMZ.
Interesting.
Rolling Stone, High Society Complex, so on and so on.
So, Mr. Efron, obviously, contacted you and asked you to promote these articles for his social media presence.
Yes, for his further to boost his social media as well. Yeah,
And that was articles about this case.
correct.
Okay. When did, just refer to as Relly for the purpose of this conversation, when did Relly, that's how you know him, by the way, right?
Correct.
When did Relly last call you?
Just last week on my birthday when I was in Paris, Thursday.
Thursday, the January 30th?
Interesting.
Yeah, around 9 p.m. in Paris, so if I do the math, it's probably 12 noon here.
Okay. And have you been following this case?
Yeah, I've been watching.
Okay. And on that day, on that Thursday,
So he's been watching the
did you see
case. We
anything
just said it.
particular about this case on Thursday when you watched?
Yeah, just my name being brought up against lies, fabrication, just not the truth.
Uh-oh.
Well, what in particular did you hear, and who did you hear from?
Relly specifically.
Where was
Oh, no. He's turning against this guy. It be your own people. Relly's turning against Rocky. Now Wally's turning against Relly, who turned against Rocky. Oh, my gosh. Keep me out of it, man. This is why I keep my circle. This is small.
Recordings were fake. Recordings were not him, not I. And I'm a pretty private person, so when people lie on my name, it kind of gets me upset. So yeah.
Okay. Now, did
Dang.
you send you any articles about this case in the
Yes.
last 6 months?
Yes.
Okay. And on October 17th of 2024, did you send you an article about Judge Arnold?
Yes.
On December 24th, 2024, did you send you a Daily Mail article entitled Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequence of A$AP Rocky's Trial with a Smiley Face?
The relevance of these questions about specific.
Overruled. Let the man build his case.
December 27, 2024, did Relly send you an article from the Daily Mail entitled Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequences of A$AP Rocky's Trial with a smiley face next to it?
Yes.
To be here today, so where are you coming from?
Paris, France.
Okay. And what were you doing in Paris, France?
Grabbing meetings, doing business deals, trying to invest in this new tech startup.
Congratulations to him.
So you're
It's
there for
dope.
work?
Yes.
You don't live there?
No.
Okay. You live where?
New Jersey.
When did you get here in Los Angeles, sir?
Last night late.
Okay. And why did you come here?
Really clear my name, tell the truth. Again, I just hated seeing my name tied to, lies and untruthful words.
And did it concern you for as far as your professional reputation that this guy was accusing you of doctoring and making up recordings?
Yes.
Would you ever do that?
No, never. I'm not there yet with the technology, I would say. So yeah.
But even if you were there, would you
Yeah,
do that?
no, I would never. It's not honest, right? Yeah.
Did you make recordings of conversations with Relly?
Yes.
How many recordings did you make?
Two. About in 2022, I believe the dates were, I forget the April date, but mid-April and then August 15th-ish. Yeah.
Now you said that's based on your recollection, right?
Yeah.
I think the metadata may actually say May, but around April, May
Yeah,
of
yeah.
2022?
Yep.
Okay. And then August of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those were the two conversations you recorded?
Yes.
Okay. Did you give those recordings to Rocky?
Yes.
Okay.
Interesting.
And first of all, why did you give them to Rocky?
I think it was just conversations he needed to hear.
And why do you think he needed to hear them?
Because they're about him, and a lot of it seemed just suspicious, talking about monetary things.
And when did you send them to Rocky?
As soon as I finished the conversation.
Now, when you sent those recordings, did one of the two recordings, did you have to split one of them into two files because of the size?
Yeah, you can't really send certain data, or if the file size is too big, you gotta cut it down to send it. So
Sir, how did you get here today?
I took a plane, commercial plane.
Last night?
Yes,
From Paris?
yes,
And are you going back later today?
yeah, a few hours.
So
Interesting.
it's a one-day turnaround?
Yeah, after,
Just to be here?
yeah.
Who paid for the cost of your ticket?
Damien Branderson,
Damon Branson, that's Rocky's entertainment attorney?
entertainment lawyer, yeah.
And that means Rocky probably paid for the cost of your ticket, correct?
Possibly.
Yeah. And did you meet us, myself, Mr. Siegel, Mr. Kaplan, any of the people at the defense table, Mr. Antonio, us for the first time ever this morning?
Prior to this, no.
No. When was
This
the
morning,
first time?
yes.
This
This
morning
morning, yes.
was the first time you ever met any of us?
Correct.
Okay. Did we ever speak before this morning?
No.
Okay. This morning, did we play recordings?
Correct. Yes.
And what were those recordings?
They were the recordings that I took.
And by the way, let's step back for a second. You mentioned Damien Branson, Rocky's entertainment attorney. When was the first time you ever heard from him?
Just recently while I was watching the case.
Was it when this individual brother was testifying about you doctoring tapes?
Correct. He wasn't the only one contacting me about just a lot of what's happening, but yeah.
Sustained.
Okay. Was when he called you from sure.
You want some water? Oh, you have one?
Sorry.
You have enough in there?
I have one.
You're okay? Sure?
Dang, somebody on the jury is crashing out.
The air vents, I think, is going up with the allergies. I just want to give her a second.
Yeah.
I do the tap dance.
You want to, you okay? Do you want to go in the back and get rid of the cough?
Oh, we have cough drop too. We have to give cough.
Would you like a cough drop from both the prosecution and the defense?
Ours are better.
I have a cough drop. Thank you so much.
Joe said ours are better. Hey man, help the juror out.
No, you have nothing to be sorry about. What's that? Sure. Oh, you want to step out?
Yes, please.
Alex? Oh, Alex, okay. Go to the door there, Alex. You'll be out.
She said Relly needs to get a job. Dang, Melody. He's about to get 30 M's. All right, I guess we're going to skip ahead here while the juror gets their ish together. Dang, man. Here we go.
I have my water. Okay, sure.
I wasn't
concerned. I know. Mrs. Jemmy, so you said Mr. Grant's Damien practiced payment lawyer for the first time on Thursday.
Correct.
After what you saw on TV occurred in this case.
Correct. The past few days,
You
yeah.
were accused of making a false statement.
Correct.
Before that, have you heard of it? Anyone from Rocky's defense team?
No.
Okay. And no one ever told you to be intended on calling, correct?
No.
But then you saw on television, you were accused of doctoring up tapes, correct?
Correct. I don't want to come there.
Can I have an objection on any legal question, but I'm just asking if you could not be.
Yeah, that's right. It's leader. Same.
Come on, Joe.
I'll try not to be. Never would be appreciated.
So, the recordings, I think I asked this, I'm not sure, before we broke. Did we play for you the recordings this morning? Which you were
Correct.
Yes, okay.
No.
And what were those two recordings?
Conversations with Relly and I.
The May 2022,
Yes,
August
in
2022. And by the way, where were you when you made those recordings?
In New Jersey, my apartment.
Okay, and did Relly say where he was?
In New York.
And I'm going to show you the 3 recordings. I'll show you the screen, 3. By the way, when I say I'm going to show you the 3 recordings, did you videotape the recordings?
Yes.
Okay. So you audio recorded the recordings, but you videotaped.
Yeah, I believe video is just better than capitalize on, or just capture everything. Okay. Get video with the audio, talk to falsify, I guess.
Okay. So we'll show you. You show?
See that exhibit?
Yes, you're on.
Q's and Queen? Is there a transcript?
Three recordings, but you only two incidents, but you mentioned 3, but one of them is a combination.
It's a split.
A split. I just want to make sure it's clear. We're only talking about 2
2 recordings. May and August.
Yes.
2022.
I think you're right,
Is there a
Jesus.
transcript of the first?
Yes, you're on. I'm just identifying them first. I'm not playing. I just want to make sure we identify them. Okay. So take a look at that one. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's my recording of my conversation with Relly and I.
The first one from May of 2022?
Correct.
Okay. That is, we have it marked as exhibit
Q.
Q. All right. I'm going to show you another one. Another
What's up, Teo?
Screenshot.
Yes, same exact thing. Conversation with him now.
And that is that the one from August.
Correct.
And by the way, what makes you know that that's the one that you had with brother from looking at it?
How I say
Morning, Kim.
the number, I usually put your entire government name and your nickname as well, so I can remember.
And that's what you have on that screen there?
Correct.
Okay. That would be, what is that? R. Okay. Just the defense R.
All right, if you're marking that now, are you going to play Q?
Snippets of it. Yes.
All right. The part that you're going to play of Q, the transcript of that should be R.
Okay.
The August call
Yes.
should be S and Sam.
Okay. First August call, because there's one August call that was sent to Rocky in 2 files. So first one would be S and Sam, the one he just identified. And the transcript portion of that would be,
T is in Tom.
okay. And then the third one, which is again the same call from August of 2022, is that the screenshot of that, sir?
Yes.
And again, same thing?
Correct. Same thing. I videoed it between Relly and I.
Well, let's hear it. Dang.
It's Rob.
I hate they're not playing the videos,
That's the
the
same call.
recording for us.
Part of the August 2022 call, but that's a second
Correct.
file.
Yeah.
The
The
same
same
file.
file.
So that would be
That's you.
you are. And the transcript
All right,
portion,
that's the August 22nd call?
second portion.
Second half. That's U as in Union. The transcript, V as in Victor.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you recognize the records on the screen. I'm going to play snippet. Before I play the snippet for the jury room, I want him, Mr. Jimmy, to identify the voices. Okay?
Sure.
That's the right way to do it. So listen to the recordings of the voices and tell us if you recognize the voices. First.
Oh, y'all
second,
said they're
third.
gonna play it later? All right, cool.
Yeah, it's myself and Relly.
Oh. Now y'all know Rolly said, nah, these are fake. All these recordings are fake. That wasn't me. No, I don't know why you're doing this. That's not me. Well, Wally's saying I am the one that recorded this, and I was talking to Relly. Lying again. Dang.
That's the first one. This is the second one. Go ahead.
Yes, that's the second one. Same thing. Yeah, same thing.
Yikes.
Identifying myself and throughout that whole conversation.
Okay. You played all three? So you've identified all three of those tapes that we've identified as
It is the tapes Q, S, and U.
offense Q, S, and U. You've identified all three as recorded conversations that you made from May of 2022 and August of 2022 of you and for other time.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you watched this proceeding of those ones you said were fake.
Yes.
Were they fake?
No, they're real.
You can't do it in any way?
No.
Dang.
Are those recordings a true and accurate recording of your conversation with Wally those 2 days?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to make these recordings, by the way?
No, I did it myself.
Why did you do it?
We to protect myself and just document our conversations because he kept calling me numerous times, so I kind of felt unsafe or just wanted to protect myself.
Weird.
And when you kept calling me numerous times,
Everyone thought Relly was a weirdo.
This conversation was he giving you an impression?
Well, it was just weird, to be honest. I just felt uncomfortable.
It's a
You were
weirdo.
not involved in this incident, correct?
No, I was not involved at all. I just wanted to really just mediate the situation, honestly.
But you were friends with both of them.
Correct.
And you didn't take a side, did you?
No.
It's leading, it is just that.
Okay. Were you friends with both of them?
Yes.
Did you take a side?
No.
All right, now I'm going to play you a few snippets here from the recordings.
Wow. Not a great look.
Questions that were asked.
Which, are you going to play Q, S, or U first?
Yes. I'm going to play Q, S, or U first.
What I want to know, and Kel Bell's in here, how is this going to affect Relly's testimony? Because he clearly, again, who do we believe, right? But I think based on the evidence, it's clear. Wally says he's the one that recorded it, and this is Relly. Relly, bold face, looked Joe Tacopina in the face and said, yeah, that's not me. I didn't make that phone call. Should there be a record of that phone call somewhere? What does this do to his testimony and the fact that he lied on the stand in general?
I'm going to play a snippet of S first, Your Honor. And again, these are short snippets. They're directly related to the question I asked Mr. Efron.
It's crazy.
All right, Alex, can you distribute the transcript, which is T as Tom?
Yes, sir.
That's a fact. D-Lo, he did say that. He sure did. Yes, it is, Stephanie.
I'm sorry, I have it. Yeah, I did that.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Is this what I think it is? Oh, God. Really bad, man. He needs to. Oh, God.
You have an extra for Mr. Jim? Sure, yeah.
He recorded a video.
Yes, okay. So we're going to play a snippet from defense exhibit
This is S.
S. And again, by the way, before we play that, who called whom in these two calls?
He called me, and then I would call him back.
And when you record these calls, were you calling him back?
Correct.
Go ahead.
This is a later call, correct?
Dang.
Yo, what's good again? What's going on? Shit, man, where you at? Crib. What you want? Shit, man. I just hopped on the computer and shit. I was gonna want to do, or you want me to just pick them shits?
Yeah, it's shit ton. He's probably the one from Rolling Stone, all those other publications.
Just pick the top ones, probably right, like TMZ, Rolling Stone shit.
Mm-hmm. And then when I get it, I'm gonna bring the site.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna just try to get that shit through, you feel me? Cause you got.
So they're basically talking about which articles he's gonna push or promote for Relly. Yikes.
Okay. That was yourself and Mr. Efron?
Yes.
Okay. Who's the one that was saying Rolling Stone?
Brothers.
And you respond saying just pick the top one, something to that effect?
Yes.
And then after asking you to promote these articles on social media regarding this case, did he say he was going to throw you something?
Yes.
What did he say?
When I get it, I'm gonna throw you something.
When I get it, I'm going to throw you something?
Yes.
When I
What
get
do you
it.
take that to mean?
I'm not sure. Maybe whenever he gets some type of money.
I'm gonna call speculation, motion striking.
Speculation, sustain.
Yeah, that's not a great question.
I guess we're going to move on to the second bit. From which reporting is this?
It's from SLC. Yes.
So he could get some interviews. He was trying to make some money. He was trying to get that Vlad interview.
Is there a page we should direct us on?
Page 10.
Page 10? Page 10. You can flip to page 10.
Does the jury have it?
Yes, you're on. Page 10, page 10.
Yeah, articles for what was going on in the trial,
Listen to this, please, and go ahead.
what happened with the shooting.
Like, who gets cool after somebody firing on you 5 times, bro?
Okay. That, Mr. Efron saying, who gets schooled if someone fired on you 5 times?
Yes.
Three missing, two gives school, not against school.
Okay. Who gives school? Gives school?
That's what you're
Whatever it says. The part I was really focused on was the someone fired on you 5 times. He said that?
Yeah.
You? Okay, let's go on to the next one, which is a different exhibit.
Exhibit Q.
Different exhibit.
It's a transport car. And this is still August 27th.
No, this is, I think, May 22nd.
You just played August, that was August.
Right.
Right. So now we're in May.
Now we're on to this one.
This want to be passed out, is that correct?
Please.
So what was already played was August 22nd. This is
Right.
now May 22nd.
Correct.
And by meaning August 2022 rather than 27.
Yeah, August 2020.
2022.
Wow.
Okay.
Everybody have one? Pastor?
He was telling, Relly was out here telling
Do we have one,
everything.
from Mr. Jimmy?
Okay. Page 16, please. Of the transcripts. Okay.
Dang, Relly, come on, man.
But background of lawyer first court extortion, you feel me?
So what?
You know what I'm saying? You ask for background of lawyer first court extortion, you feel me? You're gonna do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
Whose voice was that, sir?
Brother.
You make up those words?
No.
You spoof his voice and how
No.
those words? The next one
Dang.
is from the same recording,
Same recording, same transcript, page 13.
same recording, same transcript, page 13.
Just to be clear, this would be before, so you're going backwards from the conversation. Correct?
He did say extortion,
No,
yeah.
it's the same one we just heard. This is the May 2022.
My question is, in terms of timing, is what you just played before or after in terms of timing?
Yeah, it's earlier in the time.
It's early.
Before.
I just want to make sure that we're making clear when these are being played.
Game, I'm suing the shit out of it. That was my game, and regardless, I don't give a fuck about no police, nigga.
She said it sounded like he said, so I'm suing him. That was my game regardless. Let me make sure I heard him right.
Game, I'm suing the shit out of it. That was my game, and regardless, I don't give a fuck about no police, nigga.
That's the call they were talking about before.
Suing the shit out of him. That was my game regardless. I don't give a heck about the police.
Dang.
You didn't make up that voice.
No, I'm not.
The computer generate that voice.
No.
Okay, next is from the August 2022 recording, which is exhibit again.
So that's exhibit U, it's the second portion of that recording, with the transcript page.
You would just ask, when you're going to be playing that chronologically, is this occurring after the time originally when you played?
Right, well, let's just pay the starts, so we'll be after.
No, but you played part of the August call.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand, is this...
Amy's got it.
You played the August call before, is this part after, before,
Exactly.
after the part you already played?
Let's check this. Let's get the, yes, you got the transcripts out? Yes, sir. Okay. V is the transcript is V as in Victor. The recording is U as in U as in after.
Let's see how this plays out.
Okay, is there a page direct?
Page 5.
Page 5. Go ahead.
I already know. I'm in 30 M's.
Okay. You watch that say, I already know, man, 30 M's. That's where I love from. And what you understand 30 M's to me? $30 million. And
Yeah,
you
we're gonna
that
start the
was,
hashtag, Amy.
Just a couple more. This is then we're done.
Same recording, same transcripts, page 5. Continue to page 6.
Same recording, same transcript, page 5, continue on to page 6.
He's gonna have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else. But once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case is way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch was to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you're going against the state and it's way weaker.
Okay, whose voice was that, sir? And what did you understand what you were saying to there?
Jackson's going to call for speculation. It's also irrelevant what he understood. His thought is not relevant.
Sustained.
Okay. That's fine. There's one last one. I'm going to ask you about what's the question they asked Mr. Efron. Now, that's for you. So, same
Same recording, same transcript.
recording, same transcript.
Page 6, continuing to page 7.
Page 6, continuing to page 7. Let's play.
If I'm not there, if he pays me out via my lawsuit, I'll walk away. Basically, it's going to be find me because I'm on another island. Relax. You get what I'm saying? They're going to be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And here they have evidence in saying that they're not going to be the same when you present it to a jury and you don't have a complaining witness.
Oh, man. It sounds worse. They've read this on the transcript several times before. It sounds way worse when you hear him say it on the phone. He said, yeah, I get my money. I'll just disappear. I'll go to an island. They won't be able to find me. And the burden of proof is on the state. This is what Relly's saying. And if they don't have their key witness, their star witness, it is what it is. I'm going to be gone. What? Yo. Wow.
There's one last one. I'm going to ask ask you about the question they asked Mr. Efron.
I gotta run it back, y'all.
So,
Dang.
Same recording, same transcripts.
same reporting, same transcript.
Page 6, continuing to page 7.
Page 6, continuing to page 7. Let's play.
If I'm not there, if you paid me out via my lawsuit, I'll walk away. Basically.
If he paid me through the lawsuit, I will walk away.
Because I'm going on another island, relax. You get what I'm saying? They're going to be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And here they have evidence.
They're gonna be scrambling to find me, the state. He said, I'm gonna be gone.
Because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And here they have evidence and saying that it's not going to be the same when you present it to a jury and you don't have a complaining witness.
He said, even if you have evidence, it's not gonna be the same when you present it to the jury because they don't have a key witness, is what he's saying. Sheesh. They're scrambling already. That's crazy.
Whose voice was it on that recording that said it's going to be hard for the DA to find me because I'll be going to another island just relaxing?
Really.
And whose voice was it to say they have evidence, this, that, and the third, but it's not going to be the same when you present it to the jury and you don't have a complaining witness?
Really.
Did you alter that recording?
No.
Did you superimpose the voice into there?
No.
Did you hear him say that was fake?
Yes.
Was that fake?
No.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Wow.
You okay? Everything want a break? Everything's good?
Yeah, we're good. Let's keep going.
Mr. Rule?
All right, let's see what the state has to say. Dang.
Mr. Jimmy, would you agree that you are much closer to the defendant than you are to Relly, correct?
Fair to say.
And you do business with the defendant, right?
Sometimes.
How much money has the defendant paid you for your work in the past 3 years?
3 years? I don't recall.
Well, let's give an estimate.
I would say maybe 20,000 per year, so say 60,000.
And
Not much.
I would assume, is he one of the bigger names that you work with?
No.
He's not?
I work with a lot of people, a lot of brands, a lot of celebrities and names. Yeah.
A lot of
What
record
was your
labels,
income
probably.
last year?
I have to look at or ask my accountants, but income last year, let's say
Don't say it.
Objection to it.
Yeah, don't say that. It's in court, man. Dang.
around 85,000 possibly.
So if your income was 85,000, then even by your own estimate, he would have, his business would be about 25% of your income, correct?
No, like I said, we get paid by a lot of different people.
No, so that's what I'm telling you. You said you're estimating your income at 20 grand a year. I'm sorry, your income at 85,000 a year. You're saying he's giving you about 20 grand a year over the past 3 years. 20 grand is a little less than 25%.
Well, you asked me for my personal income, right? I didn't tell you what the business made,
Well,
right?
I asked you what, wait a minute. You said,
Oh, great point. He said, you asked my personal income, not what the business made. Woo, I like this guy. He's smart.
grand is a little less than 25%.
Well, you asked me for my personal income, right? I didn't tell you what the business made,
Well,
right?
I asked you what, wait a minute. You said it's your business.
Great answer.
Correct.
So would you agree that the defendant represents a substantial bit of income for you?
For me personally or my business?
For you personally?
Nope.
No.
Well, if your personal income is $85,000 and he's giving you $20,000, you just don't consider
Let this point go.
$20,000 to be significant. Is that
He's
correct?
not paying me personally. He's paying my business.
Yeah, he lost this point. Shout out to Wally. I got to give him a round of applause. This is what a smart person looks like and a person who's telling the truth looks like, as opposed to Relly. I could say the same thing. Business makes one part. I personally do not get paid everything that the business makes. 1000% makes sense. And the prosecutor needs to move on from this point because it's a bad point.
So in the end, if he's paying, who owns your business?
I do.
So in the end, does the money go back to you?
Not all of it. I have employees.
So
Let it go. Move on. Move on.
you say that he is a friend of yours, correct?
Correct.
How close of a friend?
Speak time to time, not often. Sometimes I don't hear from him.
How often do you talk to him?
once every other month, possibly.
So you're aware, I just want to back up, fair to say that the defendant is a pretty big person within the rap world entertainment industry?
You can say that.
Well, I'm not asking. If I'd say it, would you agree with it?
Sure.
And would you agree that his girlfriend, significant other, she's even bigger than he is, right?
Sure.
For someone like you, would you agree that being
His girlfriend.
in a good relationship with people like A$AP Rocky and Rihanna, that is a positive for your career? Is that right?
Well, I only do business with him. I don't do business with his significant
That
other.
wasn't my question. Those were striking answers.
Stay.
Listen to my question.
Sure.
My question is, would you agree that people like A$AP Rocky and Rihanna, given the business you're in, that getting in good with them is positive for your future business?
Sure.
And in fact, that's why as soon as, according to your testimony, as soon as you finish that call with A$AP Rocky, you called the defendant, right?
Correct.
And in fact, fair to say, you did this call because you wanted to set up Relly to see what you could figure out, what might end up helping A$AP Rocky with his case, correct?
No.
So,
That's not
when
what he
you
said.
set this up, you said you wanted to video, you wanted to audio record. That sounds like you had some planning involved, correct?
I didn't set anything up. I was there to mediate the situation.
So you just decided that you were going to call him up, chat him up, and then immediately after that call, even though you only talked to him like every other month, you're like, yeah, I think I'll call A$AP Rocky up.
Well, he was calling me numerous times first.
Who was calling you, A$AP Rocky?
Really?
That's not what I asked you. Motion to strike. What? Yeah, you know what?
Oh, wait a minute. He misunderstood.
Listen to my question.
Ask the question again.
What I'm asking you is, you're telling me you rarely talk to A$AP Rocky. You talk to him maybe every other month, right?
Correct.
But as soon as you spoke to Relly, the first thing you do is call him up and let him know, hey, here's what I got, right?
Correct. It's a situation between them two.
And you were looking to parlay your calling Relly to see if you can help A$AP Rocky and ingratiate yourself with him, correct?
No.
Well, let me ask you something. As you sit here today, would you agree that if A$AP Rocky is convicted, that very likely that's probably not going to be a positive for you and your income with respect to him?
No, I'll be fine.
That's not what I asked you. Listen to my question. If A$AP Rocky is convicted, you would agree that you might not be getting that 20 grand a year that you estimate you're making from him going forward, correct?
Hold.
Objecting.
Grounds?
Thank you, sir. The first question was, it wouldn't be positive. He answered that.
That's not a legal objection.
Just state the name.
It's a different question.
Interesting.
The first question was a different question.
It's not a legal objection.
Just.
Courtroom. It's a courtroom.
Read the last question.
We don't have a still objection.
Into the draw?
No, I didn't look at He's misleading the witness. The first question that he answered was a different question.
That's not an objection, Your Honor. It's not a
I
legal
just did.
objection.
Objection misleading. There we go.
That's not a legal
Both
California
of you
objection.
stop. Both of you be quiet. Make the question. And the answer.
Question, let me ask you something. As you sit here today, would you agree that if A$AP Rocky is convicted, that very likely that's probably not going to be a positive for you and your income with respect to him?
That's a terrible question.
I'll be fine. Question, that's not what I asked. Listen to my question. If A$AP Rocky is convicted, you would agree that you might
That is
not
what
be
he
getting
asked.
the 20 grand a year that you estimate you're making from him going forward. That's when there was an objection.
It's a fair question.
You understand the question?
Objection's overruled.
Can you ask again?
Sure. You testified that you're making approximately 20 grand a year. You said your income's $85,000 a year. I'm just asking, you would agree that if he gets convicted, you would agree that probably does not portend well for you with respect to continuing to get 20 grand a year from him, correct?
Sure.
Sure, is that a yes?
Yes. Technically, yes. Yes.
You would agree that no matter what actually happened in this incident, your motivation, your goal as you sit here is you don't want your friend to get convicted, correct?
No, my goal is to tell the truth.
That's not what I asked you.
That is what he asked you.
Do you agree that as you sit here right now,
He's
that
answered the
whether or
question.
not the defendant committed this crime or not, you don't want him to be convicted?
Technically, no, I don't want anyone to go to jail, so no.
So what you're saying is that even if it is proven that the defendant assaulted the victim in this case with a firearm, you agree that you do not want him to be convicted, correct?
Objection.
Grounds.
It's a fair question.
He doesn't just says objection.
That's a good question.
All right, well, any grounds, it's overruled. So,
Yeah, so he's asking him, he says, hey, if it turns out that Rocky actually did this and he's convicted, do you want him to go to jail? Wally, be a businessman. The answer is yes. And Rocky's going to look at him after this. If he gets him not guilty and be like, yeah, you're good. You're good. The answer would be, and again, when you're on the stand, you're not thinking like this. The answer would be, yes, but I don't think he did this. Then it's a win-win, right? Lewin can move to have it stricken from the record, but at least you say it and Rocky hears it. The answer would be yes, but I don't think he did it. He might get in trouble, but it would be worth it.
okay, so the question can be asked.
Ask again.
Please read the question back.
Question. So what you're saying is that even if it is proven that the defendant assaulted the victim in this case with a firearm, you agree that you do not want him to be convicted, correct?
No.
So a moment ago you just said you don't want anybody to get convicted and go to jail. Now
Right
I just
answer.
asked you whether you want the defendant to be convicted, even if he committed a crime, and you said, no, I don't agree that I don't want him convicted. Which is it?
If he committed a crime, sure. Justice, right, needs to be served.
So as you sit here today, your position is you're just an unbiased person coming in here to do your civic duty.
Correct. I was friends with both.
Ooh, this is a witness right here. This is an amazing witness. I keep interrupting it. I don't know. Maybe we're going to get to it. Y'all were saying the prosecutor cooks him. This is an amazing witness. This guy, he seems to be telling the truth.
Well, you weren't really good friends with Relly, correct? You're much closer to the defendant.
I was friends with him.
Well, you were much closer to the defendant, correct?
Correct.
You said you flew out here, is that right?
Correct.
I assume was that first class or business?
Business?
Nice lie flat seats, I assume?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't there. So does Shore mean that's what happened?
It's a solid witness.
Sure mean yes.
Okay, if you can answer yes or no, and just make it easier with my question.
No problem.
Okay. So you flew out yesterday on a lie flat seat at the expense of the defendant and his lawyer, is that correct?
Correct.
And you came here not because you have any financial motivation, but because you simply want the truth to come out, is that right?
Correct.
That's what he
Someone
said.
said the audio recordings weren't real.
So let me ask you something. What you just heard, those were snippets of approximately 30 minutes of conversation, is that correct?
Correct.
And during those 30 minutes of conversation, at any point in time, did Welly ever tell you that the shooting did not happen?
No.
Did he ever tell you at any point in time, you know what? Yeah, I'm trying to get his money, but I made the whole thing up.
No.
In fact, isn't it true that what he was telling you was that that man shot him and really wanted to make sure that he got his for what happened? Is that correct?
That's what really said.
And you weren't there, is that correct?
No.
Correct? Hold
Yeah.
on. That was double negative. You weren't there, were you?
No, I was not.
And you don't have any idea whether or not this incident happened or didn't happen.
No.
Yeah, it's
So,
chill.
come on, did you ever ask Welly? Hey, I'm sorry, did you ever ask the defendant, hey, listen, this guy's saying you shot at him. You ever ask him what happened?
Objection relevance.
You ever ask him what happened?
I don't recall.
So, you are having conversations with Welly, which you're taping, and then immediately calling the defendant to report what happened. And you're telling me you've never asked the man, hey, did you cap 2 rounds at him?
I said I don't recall.
Well, is that something you think you remember?
3 years ago, I don't recall.
So you're telling, I just want to make sure I understand this. Your testimony is, yeah, I'm recording him, and I'm well aware of this situation that happened. And I've talked to the defendant about it. I talk to him every couple of months. But I've never asked him, hey, Relly's accusing you of shooting him. Did you do it? You never asked him that.
I don't recall. No.
Well, isn't it true? You didn't ask him that because you don't want to know the answer.
Objection, Your Honor. The state's testimony says he doesn't recall.
It's cross-examination.
Yeah, it's a fair question.
Isn't it true that you didn't ask him that?
He's a businessman. He don't care.
Because you don't want to know the answer.
Like I said, I don't recall, but I might have asked him.
So now you're saying you might have asked him if he shot Relly, but you don't remember the answer?
I said I don't recall me asking him that question, right?
So let me be clear. I want to know, has the defendant ever discussed with
That's
you
a great
anything
witness.
about the shooting?
No.
So then your answer would be, if you ever asked him about it, would be a definite no, correct?
Sure, correct, sorry.
Then why is it a moment ago you just said, I don't know, I don't remember?
Because I don't recall.
Do you understand the difference between no and I don't recall?
Yes.
So
Argumentative.
no, would you agree would mean he absolutely never mentioned anything, and I don't recall would be, I'm not sure.
Objection.
Would you agree with that, those definitions?
We can agree to that.
And my question is, don't you think that as you're taping Relly for somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes, getting information about this incident and about what he intends to do, and then calling the defendant back immediately to report what happened, that you might have had a conversation with him about, hey, dude, what actually happened? Did you shoot the guy? You're saying that didn't happen, you never asked?
I never asked.
Are you curious?
No.
So you...
Hey, this man is about his bag. He said, I don't care. He's the only thing I asked him is, hey, Rocky, them checks gonna be coming? That 20K. We good for 2025? It seems like a man that's about his business.
I don't have any interest at all as to whether or not the defendant actually shot at Relly.
Doesn't make a
I
relevancy
wouldn't.
objection again.
Sorry, go on to another subject.
Yeah, he's being super argumentative.
Would you agree? Your position is that you are talking to Relly and he is telling you about what he intends to do in terms of getting money from the defendant. Would you agree?
Yes.
Did you ever say to Relly during any of these calls that you recorded, hey Relly, how come you're getting money from him if the shooting never happened?
It's none of his business.
Never asked that.
Don't you think that would be a legitimate question to ask him?
No, I was just
No.
saying it's not the story.
Well, in fact, you would agree that there is nothing that Terrell has ever said to you, nothing, that in any way indicates that the shooting did not happen. You agree?
I agree.
Would you also agree that whatever efforts Relly makes after the shooting, however much money he asks for, whatever calls he makes, does that change what happened during the incident?
Objection. Improper question.
What's that?
Sorry, man.
Well, let me ask you something. I'm asking you. You're taping him and you're reporting that conversation to the defendant. I'm asking you, is there anything about Relly's statements about suing the defendant,
These
trying to get
questions,
$30 million,
Jesus.
is there anything about those statements that you are aware of that changes what actually happened the night of the incident?
No, I think I answered that.
So would you agree that whether or not Relly sues for $1, 20 million, 100 million, 20 gajillion dollars, that in the end, either the shooting happened or it didn't?
What?
Agree?
Yes.
And it's your further testimony, despite all that, you've never had one conversation or asked him one question, the defendant, about what actually transpired?
Objection as to name.
He already asked.
How many calls in total did you record?
2.
2 calls? Now, you said that you were upset because the idea that Relly was coming into court, you said you were offended
These are bad
by
questions.
his line. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you were taping his calls, did he know you were taping?
No.
Do you think that friends tape other friends' phone calls?
Sometimes they can.
It's true.
I'm asking you. I'm not asking you to physically I assume, sir, that if somebody wants to record a call, I didn't ask whether it's technically possible. I'm asking, do you think that a friend records their friend's phone calls when that person doesn't know it?
Yes.
Objection, he gave an answer.
That's not a legal objection.
Calls for speculation.
It's not
It's
located.
an objectionable question. It's speculation. What friends do is irrelevant. Ask another question.
Sustained.
You
Good job,
called
Judge.
Terrell a friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that it was being a friend of his to tape his phone calls without his knowledge?
Yo, what are y'all talking about? What are these questions? This man is doing business with him. Business first, friend second. I mean, hey, he's a businessman. If the money stops flowing, I guarantee you, Wally's out of there. It's like, hey, man, good luck with the rest of your career. He's a businessman.
Friend of his
I like this guy.
to tape his phone calls without his knowledge.
Yes.
How was that being a friend to Terrell?
I like this guy.
Sometimes friends do things like that.
You mean sometimes friends betray friends by taping their calls and then calling other people to report what they found? Is that what you mean?
That's more than call betrayal.
Argumentative.
So, when is the last time that you
There
have
you go,
spoken
Michelle.
to the defendant prior to immediately calling him
Wally's
after
up there like,
the May 2022 phone call?
I didn't talk to him.
What's that?
I said I didn't talk to him prior to really calling me.
No, so, well, you've talked to him before, so I'm asking the last time. When did the last time been?
I'm not sure.
When is the first time? So when did you first find out about the whole incident, the shooting? When did you find out?
From Raleigh in 2022.
No, I'm not asking when you found out from Raleigh. When did you first hear about the shooting?
When Raleigh told me.
So you're saying you had never heard about this shooting that happened to your friend, ASAP Rocky, until May of 2022?
asked and answered. Jesus.
So you're saying you speak to him every other month. You're aware.
Oh my gosh. Where is the cooking? Y'all were saying he was cooking in the chat. What is this? He's asked the same question 4 times.
that shooting, that incident happened in November 2021, right?
Yes.
And you were saying that even though your friend was involved in a shooting, lead shooting, ASAP Rocky, you didn't hear about it for 5 months?
I heard about it from Relly first.
And you said the first time you heard about it from Relly was in May of 2022. That's what you just testified to, right?
Yes.
So, when's the first time you talked to Relly after November of 2021?
I'm not sure.
Well, give me an estimate of when the last time you spoke to him was.
I said I'm not sure.
Well, here's my question. You would agree that the shooting
Asked and answered.
ASAP Rocky, that was a big media event. Would you agree?
Yes.
Didn't you say, wait, what do you do for a living? Well, let me just get this right. You basically work on people's boosting their media profile, correct?
It's not what I do for a living.
What do you do for a living?
I'm not sure if you heard, but I run a technology agency and we build websites, software for brands, creatives, artists, musicians.
Right, and you testified, quote,
And part of that, if you want me to get into it, sometimes people offer things like Relly did to help with their social media.
you are very involved in the rap and entertainment world, correct?
No, I'm not. I'm not a rapper. I don't make music. I don't produce beats.
That's not what I asked you.
You asked if I'm involved in the rap.
Are you involved in working with individuals in the music, rap, and entertainment world?
No. Might be 10%, 20% of my client list.
So it's 10% or 20% of your client list, but ASAP Rocky is approximately 20 to 25% of your income. Just want to clarify that, correct?
No, that's
You said, is my client list rappers or in the music industry? Repeat the question.
So here's what I'm asking you. You're telling me you've never heard of this incident until May of 2022.
Until Relly told me.
You're telling me that Relly is contacting you saying he wants you to boost his media profile, and he's naming outlets like Rolling Stone magazine, correct?
Yes.
So wouldn't it be your job to be monitoring what's going on in the media with individuals that you're talking to?
No. It's
No.
not my job.
So let me ask you something. Your sworn testimony is,
this is bad.
Relly told me about it for the first time in May 2022. That's the first I heard of this shooting, correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you, given what you do for a living, does that sound reasonable to you right now?
Yes.
Yes. So wait, what? This is garbage. The prosecutor is basically saying, so I want you to incriminate yourself, Wally. So what you said before is you do this as a part of your business, right? Yeah, I do this as a part of my business. So as a part of your business, it's to know and promote and do other things with artists, right? Yeah, that's a part of it, sure. So knowing what you do for a living, would you find it reasonable that you would not know about this shooting? What's he gonna say? You know, now that I think about it, that was actually dumb of me to say that. Now that I think about it, I probably should have known about that. This prosecutor is cooking hot garbage right now because this is bad, man. We just, y'all are saying it. Move along. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I probably should have known about that. Now that I've assessed myself, jeez.
So let me ask you something off the sidebar.
Yeah, shut it down, Judge. Shout out to the judge. Oh my gosh. This is going nowhere. Y'all are saying, well, hold on. He's gonna cook. Yo, I don't want any of this. If he's cooking, this restaurant has an F- grade because this is absolute trash.
Mr. Jamie has a flight out tonight.
Oh man.
Can we go well past 4:30? Is there anybody who could not go till
This is crazy.
5:30 tonight? And it's merely to accommodate his flight. We want to try to get finished with him today. Is that okay with everybody? Is that okay with everybody?
He's trying too hard.
Stay, but I don't want to, if one of you has a commitment, I don't want to interfere with your lives.
Yo, I want to tell y'all something. I was, a lot of you may not know, I do a live show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday where we review music from independent artists here in the community. And somebody brought up a song and wanted to play a song from an artist named Sabrina Carpenter. Y'all let me know in the chat if you know who Sabrina Carpenter is. I am a music producer. One of the main reasons I was able to build this platform was because of being in the music industry, working with certain artists, working with other independent artists in the music community, producing music myself. And this person sent in a track from Sabrina Carpenter. And I was like, who the hell is Sabrina Carpenter? I, being a producer, someone who is in the music industry, someone whose channel is focused on music, I did not know who Sabrina Carpenter was. So it is highly likely that Wally, if he's somebody who isn't involved in music like that, he's a tech guy, as he said, doesn't know what was going on the Shade Room. I mean, come on. Crazy.
If Mr. Jimmy wasn't flying, you going back to Paris?
Yeah.
And when'd you fly?
6:30.
6:30
Yes.
tonight? 6:30 p.m.?
I think there's one that we had on hold for, I think, 8 time-ish.
That might be a lot better.
I don't know anything about Sabrina
All
Carpenter.
right. Again, I apologize to you all, but I want to get finished. We all want, yes.
Can I just
039?
make a quick phone call for my rights?
I can't hear you.
Can I just make a quick
Of
phone
course.
call?
Why don't we take a break now? Kathy, if you all can stretch your legs, if you want to make a phone call, make a phone call. Let's resume at 10 minutes before.
Zahir says, I think you're thinking that getting cooked is admitting he doesn't have to admit. It's common sense and logic dictates that he knew about it. Zahir, I just gave you an example of how many monthly listeners does Sabrina Carpenter have on Spotify? I am a producer in the music industry. I work with artists. I promote artists' music as my job. And we're going to say, y'all are saying this Sabrina Carpenter won a Grammy the other night, and I don't know who she is. Sabrina Carpenter has 70 million followers on Spotify. She's got two songs with over 1.5 billion plays. And I have never heard of her in my life until Friday. So if you want to talk about common sense and logic, it is highly likely that a guy who has a business where 20% of his business may or may not involve collaborating and working with artists and rappers, that he doesn't know about a shooting that happened before the person who did the shooting told him. That to me is more likely that he didn't know. 80% likely if you take into factor the nature of his business. It's 80% more likely that he didn't know than that he did. Anyway, let's keep going. I don't know who Sabrina Carpenter is.
I'm just hoping that we inquire in a more private setting so they're able to.
If you can't do it, can you please let me know? It's okay. I know this is a big ask. Don't be shy. I'm seeing no hands. I'm going to assume that everybody.
He keeps asking the same questions.
All right. 10 to 4, folks.
Yeah, this is an amazing witness. Obviously, he knew about it because the man was giving him articles and things to post on his website. You think that, but that's what he testified to, Zahir. And this is the last thing I'm going to say about it. Obviously, he knew about it because the man was giving him articles and things to post on his website. You think he's going to post those things and not glance at what he's posting? Yes, that's what Wally just testified to. He said, I didn't know about it until Relly contacted me and said, hey, I want to promote and push this. So yeah, I think you're kind of making my point. Anyway, let me get some of these super chats in here and then we will keep it moving. Shout out to my awesome, amazing Amy in here, gifting 5 memberships. If you got a membership from Amy, please make sure you say thank you. She's always in the chat, active, keeping you guys engaged, and does an amazing job here on the channel and is always supporting. So thank you, Amy. I appreciate you so much. We've got Tada is in here also gifting a membership. If you got a membership from her, make sure you say thank you as well. Thank you, Tada, for that. And then Amy dropping the mic with the 2-bomb super sticker. Thank you so much, Amy. I appreciate you. It's crazy. I don't see where the prosecution was trying to go with this. But, and again, we're just looking at it from a common sense and logical standpoint. And even think about your profession. Do you know everything that's going on in your profession? You spend 40 plus hours the majority of your time at your job. Do you know everything that goes on in the business? Do you know everything that happens even in your field in general? Do you know everything that goes on in your office? Sometimes not. So I think as just a regular person who would be on the jury, I'd be like, maybe he knew about it, maybe he didn't. It's just, he's not saying he didn't know about it at all. He's saying he didn't find out about it until Relly told him. I think that's likely.
Have you ever been on the Santa Monica Freeway like at midnight? Traffic is never. All right, we are all parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Sajini is on the stand.
Oh, thank you, Roma.
So, Your Honor, we're going to
I'm working on it.
mark our next exhibit, People's 28. It's a DVD that has 3 audio recordings on it.
Are these the phone call?
Yes.
All right, the DVD is 28.
Okay, and then the first call that we're going to play is the May 12, 2022 call with the court redactions, and so the transcript of that will be 29.
Your Honor, can the jury be instructed that they are not to try and speculate what was redacted, what wasn't redacted?
Yeah, I had told you earlier that there are things in the transcripts that have been taken out. The things that have been taken out have no bearing on any decision you have to make. So that's why I didn't take it. What is being provided to you is what will assist you in your decision in this case.
Well, now, I'll ask a couple of questions first. Mr. Cheney, have you actually heard the full recordings of what you turned over?
Yes,
When's the
Thank you,
last
Will.
time you heard them?
this morning.
This morning. So you heard them in their entirety, is that correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that what the defense played was a tiny snippet overall of those recordings?
Yes, the recording was 30 minutes, played, 3 minutes, so yes.
And I just want to be clear. Even on the part of it, whatever part was edited that the jury isn't going to hear, at no point in time did Relly ever say to you, or imply, or infer, that the shooting did not happen. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that in every interaction you've had with him, however many there are, since the incident occurred, that he has always been very clear in his position that the defendant shot at him and that he was hit?
Yes.
All right, we're going to play these. To make it easy, you would agree that when the defense played you the calls, they started with them out of order. The first snippet they played was from August, and actually your first call was in May. Is that correct?
May, June, July, August is the correct order. Dates correct. Yeah.
Okay, we're saying May, June, July, August. I thought we only have 2 dates.
I'm giving you the sequence of dates, right?
Okay,
A
well,
month, right? So,
so let me just inquire. I'm a little confused what you just said. So my understanding is there are only 2 calls, one in May
correct.
and one in August. Is that right?
Yes.
But you just said May, June, July, and
Let me
August.
correct myself. I'm giving you, you asked me, was May before August? I said yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
right? So May,
understood.
June, July, August is the
Got it.
sequence of dates.
So,
yeah.
understood.
Okay.
So, I'm just making clear, we're now going to play this. What we're going to play, you would agree, this is chronologically, meaning this is the first of the recorded calls. Is that right?
Yeah.
And before we start, it's your position that Relly called you and you called him back, all ready to record. Is that right?
Yes.
Prior, when he had called you, at that point in time, you didn't know what he was going to say, correct?
No, it was just a lot of calls.
Right, but what I'm saying is at the time he called you, in May, you don't know about the shooting.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the first time you find about the shooting is during the May 2022 call, and because you don't know what he's going to be talking to you about, you have no idea why there's going to be any value in recording you. Is that right?
No, but there was a numerous amount of missed calls, kept calling him, so.
Here's what I don't understand. Why, if you don't know anything about the incident, anything about the allegations, why are you taping a call with your friend?
Just to protect myself, and just to have just oversight.
Why would you need to protect yourself from a friend when you know nothing about any incident that he was involved in?
Seemed
Said because
weird.
he was acting weird.
So you're saying you got repeated calls from somebody, your friend, Rel. You didn't know what it was about, and so your response to getting repeated calls from him was to go, you know what, I'm going to call him back, and I think I'm going to tape him and not tell him. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that was done because you felt you needed to protect yourself. Is that right?
Correct.
What were you protecting yourself from?
Just whatever was said. I mean,
So do you typically, when you get missed calls, do you call people back and you record?
they're being weird, yes.
What is weird about a missed call?
10 missed calls in 2 minutes, weird.
So when you say if someone's being weird, you didn't talk to them, correct?
No, but there might have been text too, but I don't remember.
Ms. Fluid? Time to move on.
All right, let's play. I want you to listen to this. I'm going to ask you questions about it.
Now, he said there might have been a text message. I don't recall. So he's saying maybe he texted him and said something. But still, that doesn't. We'll keep it going.
Your Honor, when we get to the last page, it didn't print out, so I will pull it up on my computer.
But y'all are saying he is not deviating from the fact that Relly was the one who told him. Yes, but the Big Facts Media says, see, now he remembers there might have been a text. Sure, but his testimony is that he didn't know about the shooting until Relly told him. So whether it was a text message or whether it was something else, It doesn't matter. His testimony is that Relly was the one who told him. That's what I think y'all are missing. Whether it was on the phone or before that,
Page 16?
doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think any of us have.
No one has it. It's,
We'll see. I'll let it play.
Right.
Should be on the screen.
all right, I'm gonna
He's not
start
changing
the,
his story, no.
And the file name is IMG_0786 redacted.
This is the May 12, 2022 call?
Yes.
Yeah, bro. Shit, Jose, my bad. I'm in my girl shit in bed, so yeah. Shit. The crib. What happened, Jose? You know I'm not trying to pick sides. I'm mad at both y'all niggas for letting that shit happen for me.
Stop. Did you hear what was just said?
Yes.
You just said, quote, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit. I thought you don't know anything that's happening.
Like I said, there might have been texts prior.
No, what you testified to, sir, was that the first time you ever heard anything about that incident was when Terrell called you. And I'm reading this, and it says, quote, you know, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit. So I want you to explain to me, if you didn't know about it before this call, what in the heck is that comment about?
Objection, Judge. Argumentative.
Sustain, speak.
Please explain what you meant by, you know, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit if you did not have any prior knowledge of the incident.
Just trying to mediate the situation, that's what I meant.
How can you mediate a situation that you know nothing about and have never heard of?
Like I told you, I might have received the text. I'm going to show you that.
No, his testimony was that the first time he heard, go back through it, the first time he heard about it was from Relly. That was his testimony. Whether it was a text or a phone call, it doesn't matter. It's not a gotcha moment.
You recall me asking you prior to the break, 3 different times, and again after the break, whether you had heard anything about the incident until you talked to Terrell on May 12, 2022.
It doesn't matter.
You responded each time, no, this was the first time I heard of it. Do you recall responding to that?
It's perfect timing. Good morning.
Sorry, Ron. It's loud because this court knows I can't hear, so my apologies.
Yes, but I thought you were specifically talking to the phone call, so yeah.
Wait, can you repeat that, please?
You can repeat your question, I'll answer it.
So what I'm asking you is, I asked you 4 different times before the break, and 1 time after the break. I confirmed the first time you had ever heard anything about this shooting incident that happened in November was during the May call, this call, with Relly. And yet the first thing you say is, you know, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit. And then you say, in testimony today, I was trying to mediate. So my question is, how can you be talking about not picking sides and about mediating when you never heard of what happened?
I think I answered this where I think I received text as well. So, yeah. And what I mean by picking sides is trying to mediate the situation.
So when you say you received texts, so are you now changing your testimony and saying, yes, I knew about this incident beforehand?
Objection.
Repeat the question.
Are you now saying, yes, I was aware of the incident
Yeah, I don't get it.
from November of 2021 prior to this phone call?
I'm not sure. 3 years ago.
Well, I
He
want
said
you to
that
take a
before,
look.
too.
Look at the transcript. I want you to look at page 2, and I want you to read again to yourself, and I want you to read starting at line 8 to line 11, and tell me if now you understand whether or not.
Yeah, I think I get your question, and my answer again is, I believe, I'm not sure if I received, I think I received text messages about the situation, so, yeah.
So you're saying you decided to keep, you recorded these calls. Did you save those text messages?
I'm not sure.
What do you mean you're not sure? Do you have those text messages today?
Probably not, and your definition of I'm not sure is
Mr. Lewin, are you going to play with the rest of the?
I don't know.
I am, but I'm taking them one at a time, and then I'll start playing again.
All right, let's,
I think it's easier to hit each one as it comes up.
you hit this one a lot.
He has hit it a lot.
I'm trying
Yeah,
to
let it go.
You just now said that there were text messages you believe. What do you believe was said in the text messages?
I don't remember.
Well, so obviously, if you knew about it, that would have meant that Relly would have had to have told you what happened in these texts, correct?
Possibly.
That's
Well,
what he
when you say
testified
possibly,
to.
Will you at least concede that you knew about the incident, given what you said, prior to you recording the conversation?
Can't confirm that, but I'm not sure.
And let me ask you again, since your memory's a little hazy, is it, as you sit here, maybe you think you might have talked to the defendant about it sometime between November and May?
No.
So what would be your rush, sir, right after you talked to Relly, to call the defendant if that was the first time you ever heard anything about the alleged shooting, the lawsuit? What made you immediately pick up the phone and call Rocky?
I think I answered this. Trying to mediate the situation, so send it over to him.
All right, who can continue playing?
Thank God. Jeez.
Picking sides, that nigga 100% crazy and wrong. 100% wrong. And he got 12 years, it was mixed up, bro. I'm not, you gotta understand, Rocky been on his high horse for a very long time, you feel me? Yeah.
Would you agree, sir, that during this little section, that Relly is basically telling you, he is saying that the defendant was 100% wrong and then he got 12 ills mixed up in it?
I'm going to object.
Do you agree that in that section, sir, as you listen to it, as you read it right now, that Relly is telling you that Rocky has basically done it wrong?
I'm objecting again.
The words speak for themselves.
Exactly.
Keep going. Push the play button.
Your Honor, I'm going to...
Oh, push the play button. Let's continue.
No, but I'll do that, but again, I keep asking. He doesn't give grounds. We're lawyers. Lawyers give grounds. That's how law works in California.
I know how it works in California.
Well, Your Honor, I'm
Stop telling me how it works in California, how it doesn't work. No speaking objections. State the grounds, state objection and the legal grounds. Push the play button.
That's a duty he did. I don't have, he forced money in, you feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him. It was, why is Rocky going out his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you didn't hear the story or whatever it is, but you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out his way to call me 20 times? Got ills and told me with him, text messages saying, link up, where you at? And all of this is because of, I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh mom and lied. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him about.
Were you aware, prior to Relly relating this information to you, that there had been a pre-existing issue between Relly and Rocky regarding Josh?
No, I don't know based on that.
Did you know what he was referring to?
Not really, I don't know Josh. I really know Josh.
But you agree that ASAP Relly told you that he, in essence, pressed Rocky about Josh and about him not doing right by Josh and accusing Rocky of lying. That's what he told you, correct?
Yeah, he's telling his side of the story.
All right, please continue.
He hit to Bari later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that conversation because he sees I text him about Josh. You feel me? I told him to take ASAP out my name. This is 7 months ago. I took ASAP out my name. You feel me? He's a bitch. So he goes in and says, hey, Bari, because Bari an influencer a whole week later doing that complex car shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits her. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real Money 12-year ills is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning. Tell Real.
You would agree that is ASAP Relly telling you that basically he is present for a conversation where ASAP Rocky is talking to Bari and is saying negative things about Relly, correct? That's what that means, correct?
What's your point?
It's not clear, and I'm asking the witness because the witness understands how they speak to each
You've
other.
already indicated that you want a legal ground.
Let me just
Mr. Tacopina said objection. He's about to state the legal ground.
it's irrelevant what he believes Relly meant. That's the same objection.
Sustain.
Sustain.
You're
Keep
not
it
asking
moving.
The words speak for themselves. In final argument, You can put your interpretation on what was said. Mr. Tacopita can do the same thing.
Your Honor, am I allowed to inquire the witness, since they're speaking in a manner that is not necessarily easy for anybody to understand? I have to inquire him, what does that mean? I'm not asking,
But you're not asking what that means.
what does it mean? What does what you just heard, where Terrell tells you that just basically, and I heard you, but in Rocky head, he looked like a bitch because Barry had him on speaker. Rocky didn't know who else heard that conversation, but I heard him talk about it. And I told Rocky,
Exactly, Kara gets it.
Let me know.
Y'all are
Stop
missing.
rocking me to sleep. You feel me?
I can't tell you what he means. You need to ask Terrell.
I think it might be helpful if Mr. Sajimi had.
Oh,
you have it.
Yeah, I'm reading it.
All right.
So you're telling me, listening to that, you didn't understand that to mean that there had been a phone call where Rocky had been talking bad about Relly, not knowing Relly could hear it, and the authority been involved. That's not what you understood that to mean.
He's telling the side of the story, so sure. Yeah.
No, I didn't ask you whether it was true or not. I asked you, is that what Relly told you?
Yes, I'm on the other side of the phone call.
Okay. All right, keep playing.
It's
I heard
embarrassing.
Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him, woo-dee-woo, you feel me? No fighting words, none of that. Just basically, nigga, I heard you. But in Rocky's head, he looked like a bitch because we already had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me, and I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep, you feel me? Boom, boom, boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I was supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky never, ever, I never heard him say curse words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I mean? So now I know the real him. I tell real money, tell that nigga fuck him. You feel me? Boom, boom, boom. Shit is related to him. Next thing you know, I get over 20, 30 missed calls between him and Hills and Rocky. Text messages. I'm staying at the lodge. I tell him he calls me. I finally answer because I'm sleeping.
Did you take from that, as you heard it, that Relly was now telling you that there was a dispute between he and Rocky that also now was bringing in Hills as well, and that it had resulted in 20 or 30 missed calls between the defendant and Relly?
God, these questions are brutal. No, Danny, this is from... Yes, sir.
Stop. Both of you, no speaking objections, don't debate. Do you know what this means?
I can't decipher what somebody, I'm hearing this side of the story, I can't decipher what they actually mean.
Okay, all right, go on.
So then, I'm not asking you whether you believe it or whether it's present. I'm simply asking you, when you were told this, Relly was telling you that this dispute between he and Rocky had resulted in 20 to 30 missed calls between him, which is Relly, Hills, and Rocky. Is that right?
He's telling me that.
Yes. And he's also telling you he's staying at the Lowe's, and he tells you that he finally answers because he's sleeping. Is that right?
He's telling me that.
Now, you said you've been watching this trial, correct?
Correct.
When did you find out you were going to be a witness in this case?
Just recently.
Well, a couple of days ago, correct?
Correct.
And you continue to watch the trial, is that correct?
Correct.
Didn't the defense tell you, hey, listen, you're going to be a witness in this case? You should not be watching the trial?
Sustain. Sustain.
For what ground, Your Honor?
It's irrelevant. Just ask another question.
When you were watching the trial,
It's super
you were
relevant.
hearing and listening what witnesses were saying about this case, is that correct?
Yes.
So as you sit here, you know everything that's taking place up to this time in this trial, is that right?
No, I
What's
didn't
your-
watch every minute of every hour of the case.
What's your
you
point?
Certainly know overall what has been transpiring in this case, correct?
Not overall.
Do you know
If I miss some days, how was that overall?
Do you know what the defense is in this case?
Sustain.
Are you aware that the defense is claiming that it was a prop gun that was used by ASAP Rocky? What's the ground?
It's not relevant what Mr. Sajimi is aware of as it relates to the defense.
Have you ever seen Rocky with prop gun?
Overruled.
Have you ever seen a prop gun?
No.
Oh my God.
And would you agree, I'm just going to ask you, but would you agree that in the world that you're involved in the entertainment world, in the rap world, if somebody is a concern about violence or a home invasion robbery, are you aware in your experience of anybody ever carrying a prop gun to deter that kind of conduct?
Objections.
Oh my God. Yo, we gotta boo this man. I'm sorry. Again, I'm looking at this as a juror and my limited knowledge of the law. This entire questioning has been garbage. What is he asking him? Are you aware of anybody ever in the entirety in the history into the universe of the world carrying a prop gun to protect himself? I don't know, maybe. What? God, I hope he sustains that question. This is bad.
In your experience, of anybody ever carrying a prop gun to deter that kind of conduct?
Objection. Speculation.
God, thank God.
No speculation, Ron. Okay.
It's asking.
It's a dumb question, sir.
You
Sustained.
don't have to. Plus, he said he's not in the rap world. Ask another question.
We can do it.
I answered, he's like, where you at? With a slim voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Nigga, I'm at the W. I'm not really at the Lowe's, you feel me? And we go Hollywood Boulevard. They all look the same. You're like, no, you're not, nigga. That's a bum-ass hotel. I'm like, huh? He said, show me outside. Okay. All of it look the same. I'll show him outside. Wait, guys, I'll be here in 5 minutes. I'm like, alright. My girl like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, I don't know. He calls me, let's call me. I got all these text messages. What things is done? You and a couple other people heard this story. Rocky out here thinking it's all sweet, but his life is really, and bro, that's what I wanted to ask you, bro. Like, why really though? You feel me? Why take it to the guys? You feel me? Who, me? Yeah, they don't how to do it. I wouldn't not, bro. He's a multi-millionaire. He blamed at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on me. Everybody, bro. Rocky had everybody turn on me.
What did you mean when you said, why take it to, the guys? What did that mean?
The police, I wanted to have them find a resolution outside of legal or police.
Well, would you agree that if Rocky shot him and hit him, isn't that a police matter?
Sure, yes.
Well, so why then are you saying, you know what, why are you taking it to the guys?
I think I can answer that.
So have you already decided what side you're on?
No, but I think when you're trying to make it a situation, the best solution is not all of this.
You used an interesting, you just said mitigate. Before you said mediate.
Mediate, I'm sorry.
Well, let's back up. You were trying to mitigate this situation for your buddy.
I spoke wrong. I was trying to mediate.
Let me ask my question. Who used the word mitigate?
I did, and I was wrong.
Motion to strike everything after I did as non-responsive. You would agree that in using that term, that could certainly, if you could convince Relly to not cooperate with the police or authorities, that could mitigate the situation for your friend A$AP Rocky, correct?
I was trying to mediate the situation.
How exactly were you trying to mediate the situation to help Relly?
Really just hear him out.
Hear him out on a tape call that you could then call your buddy A$AP Rocky about, is that right?
Mediating a situation to me was hearing him, his frustration.
Hearing his frustration, your friend, so you could report it to the true person that you had interest in protecting, correct?
I think it was right to show the other person or show both sides when you're talking both sides. Yeah.
How many of your calls with Rocky did you make?
None, we didn't talk on the phone. Never talked on the phone.
Go ahead, continue, play.
He said mitigate. Oh, damn. That was funny, though. Yeah. A little Freudian slip there. He said, no, not mitigate.
I'm just gonna reiterate what we have after that.
I'll ask
That's
another
funny.
question in the meantime, so we don't waste any time.
He was doing so good too.
Everybody turned on me. Everybody, bro. Everybody turned on me that day. Plus, what the fuck am I doing? Spin on his block and go shoot him up? I'm gonna do my cripple head because he's a no-time bro. I'm not having nobody shoot at me where I'm taking it on the chin. And two, I'm not about to spin on Rocky's block. I'm already a millionaire, nigga. You get what I'm saying? So,
At this point, Rayleigh was telling you that Rocky had shot at him, correct? What you just heard.
I don't know what he meant exactly with why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. Bland at me. No longer
Where
at
he-
level.
Where he says, or do I cripple him because he's a multimillionaire, bro? I'm not having nobody shoot at me. You didn't understand that to me? He was saying that Rocky shot at him?
That's what he meant. I can't decipher what he meant, right?
You cannot decipher what he meant by, I'm not having nobody shoot at me. You can't decipher that.
Just saying. The words speak for themselves. Again, you can comment on them in final argument, or Mr. Zlomek, whoever does the final argument, as can Mr. Tarantino. The words are there. Both of you can put whatever inference you want. Go on to the next question.
Go ahead, bro.
but you work hard as a nigga. You're a black nigga. I'm teaching niggas everything, how to get money, how to do this. Do you watch me do that? Do you have a foundation for black people? Do you have a foundation for anybody? No, this nigga's greedy. You get what I'm saying? So I can't sit here and be like, oh, how you meet somebody like that, bro? You take away what they have, dogs. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not doing it on some like this, that, and third, on some police shit. I'm gonna have a guy warrior. The same thing, because he would have done me 4 or 5 times. I had to use ills as a shit, or I'd be dead. I feel.
Did Rayleigh tell you that he had to use bills as a shield or I'd be dead?
He said that.
Keep playing.
He was really trying to, like, you feel me? Not trying to end slash and shit with some paper or something, but what, you know, like. Bro, it's too late. He told me the fuck I did. Boom, I hit John the same day. Bro, that's all on him. He had nothing but time, bro. Man, I got the best lawyer in LA and worry about my business. You feel me? He told John to start contacting me. I sent him the picture of the bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you. I feel, bro.
Oh my.
So what am I supposed to do? I accept it.
So, Rayleigh is telling you that the defendant shot at him and then basically told him, F you, I'm not giving you anything. And your response is, he says, you feel me, and you say, yeah. What was the point of your response?
I'm consulting through mediation, so
So, you're consulting to a mediation. Can you explain what you mean by that, please?
So you said yeah. What do you mean by that? It's very interesting. You didn't say yeah or yeah. You said yeah. I'm curious of what you meant by that. That's a very interesting use of the word yeah. Oh my God.
I'm meeting the situation, so I'm hearing him out.
Isn't it true that what you're doing is you are trying to make Rayleigh think that you are on his side, while at the same time you are taping him and then immediately contacting the man he is saying shot at him, who is actually your closer friend. Isn't that correct?
No, I'm mediating the situation, so
Keep playing. So you also say, this is on, you got it in front of you. You say you've got to try to end.
What do you mean by
squash
that?
this shit, get some paper or something or what? You know, like you see that? That's on page 8, lines 7 through 9.
yes.
You're telling him, when you mean get some paper, you're telling him you got to get some money from the defendant, correct?
I'm really just giving him options to mediate the situation so there's a resolution.
Right, and the option you're giving him is you're basically telling him he can go get money from the defendant. That's what that means, correct?
No.
What does it mean when you're saying to go get paper? What does that mean?
I'm giving him options, right? Not just one option, which is
So listen,
So doesn't this go against the narrative that the prosecutor was trying to paint, that he was only trying to help one side? He's literally, it sounds like he's trying to help Relly, but then he's saying he wasn't trying to help him. I'm with y'all, man. I don't get what this guy's going for.
I didn't ask you how many options.
What's up, Les?
you gave me. Listen to my question.
You said, what does this mean?
What
From
does it-
line- Let me finish.
Sure.
Right? So what does this mean from line 6 to 9?
No, let me be
That's
real
what you
clear.
asked, right?
No, this is what I asked you.
All right.
You ready? What does it mean when you said get some paper or something? What does that mean?
It can be money.
What's that?
I said it can be money.
Wait, it can mean money or it did mean money?
It can.
What did it mean when you said it?
I said it can mean money.
Listen to my question. Are you the one that said that?
Yeah.
When you said it, did it mean money?
Yeah.
You were telling him you can get some money from Rocky. That's where you're saying you're trying to mediate, correct?
No.
No?
I'm giving him options to mediate the situation.
Sir, one of those options is, you're telling him an option would be get some paper or something, correct?
Correct.
Now let me ask you,
He said, sue him.
up until this time,
If you
in
got
the
shot, sue him.
conversation, has Relly mentioned that he is going to try to be getting a bunch of money from the defendant?
I'm not sure.
Well, would you agree that it looks like you're the person suggesting he go get some money? We just get some paper, correct?
Giving it an option within mediation.
And that's coming from you, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that's exactly what he did, correct?
I believe so.
Well, you believe so. You're aware. You said you taped him. He went and got a lawyer, and he ended up suing the defendant for money. Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay, move on.
Okay. Keep playing.
Niggas shooting at me 4 or 5 times where I almost died, or shooting this man. Now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he trying to kill me. So that's when he gotta agree. You feel me?
I feel ain't no way niggas can slide, like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, Rose, like, you feel me? Like,
Bro, he's a grown, he's 33 years old. He got other men talking for him. He know what he did. You get what I'm saying? He got more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He was trying to reach out to me. He still can't reach out to me.
I feel with the legal shit important now, bro, you know, so.
That's why I didn't want to go about that way.
When he said on the top of page 9, he says, now coming with suing the court, the severity of the case, he tried to kill me. He was referring to the incident with Rocky, correct? That's how you took it. Is that right?
Objection to what he interpreted, brother, saying this again, not relevant.
Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
So he is saying the severity of this case, and he says, now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he tried to kill me. So that's where he's going to. That's why he got a read. You feel me, and you say, yeah, I feel. Ain't no way ends good like you feel me. No paper, no nothing, Rosie. You're saying at that point, he's telling you he tried to kill me, and you're telling him, hey, get some money, correct? As an option.
Trying to mediate the situation, yes.
That's not the question I asked you. Are you telling him to get some money as an option?
No, not right.
So what does it mean? What is indirect about you mentioning get some paper?
I think it's the way we talk. You really wouldn't understand, but there's a way we talk that puts out options, right? So, yeah.
So you're saying you indicated that paper is money, and you admitted that you're telling him to go get some paper, and now you're telling me apparently I can't understand the way you talk and mean something differently?
You're just highlighting the word paper.
No, you said the word get some paper.
You're highlighting the word paper, but if you look around it, there's certain ways we talk that I'm giving off different options to mediate the situation.
So you're basically saying that in order for anybody to understand this conversation, we got to ask you to interpret, correct?
No, not necessarily, no.
Well, if you're saying that we can't understand the plain words you're giving, and you're further saying that you understand it and we don't, then it would seem that the only way we could understand would be to ask you to explain it, correct?
No, if I said the dog was red.
Where's he going with this?
The dog is red.
This is
certain terminology.
confusing.
The way we talk, you wouldn't understand it.
I just want to be clear.
You've accomplished what you meant to accomplish. Push the play button.
I got a lawyer. If you get a lawyer, that has nothing to do with Boyce. And Jabari is his friend. He might as well thank him for him not being in a few. Because those are allegations, you feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the PR team. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those are allegations. Jabari made it official.
Yeah, so what's the next one?
Jabari's getting sued too. Jabari's getting sued for defamation of character.
Because everybody look bad, bro. I'm just trying to.
He looked bad. He did that, bro. I didn't call you. I didn't have a gun. He left his Hollywood house. Why everybody saying everybody look bad? Why everybody point the finger? Because when I take bro, I got Hollywood. I got so many people. Niggas hanging. He's in a mansion. Nigga, I paid my way around him every single time.
Did Relly ever tell you during any conversation that he had any gun or any weapon during this incident?
No.
Not sure, no.
Not sure or no, which is it?
Relly himself?
Did Relly ever tell you during any conversation that during this incident in November 2021 with the defendant that he, Relly, had a gun or any kind of weapon?
No, he never mentioned that.
In fact, he said, made very clear he didn't have a gun, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever ask the defendant if he had a gun?
No.
Keep playing.
That's him. He uses niggas. He used 12 years ills. Nigga, that was the whole joke about the whole shit with Barbie and the whole thing. You get what I'm saying? The nigga asks if Barbie, is he coming to the complex con, nigga, Barbie laughs at him like, nigga, you're not using me. Nigga, the next conversation was about how he got 12 years and ills on a jet. On some whole shit.
I feel you. Shit wicked, dog. Shit wicked. We grew up together, man. Like, you feel me? Like,
I made that nigga. Fuck growing up. I made that nigga. Not no 12, not no, James. He didn't know James. James popped up at my crib on purple swag. I made that nigga. That's why you feel like that, bro. I've been powerful. I've been there. Jabari never did, bro. I put every last goal in my mind.
I just know that niggas are kind of end this shit, you know, behind
He could it.
So when you're saying you just wanted
Hey, what's
to
up,
get
Alexander
more
Fox?
bygones, bygones, you wanted to mitigate this situation, whether the defendant shot him or not, correct?
I'm saying to mediate the situation.
Did you hear what you were just quoted as saying?
Yes, I can read.
Okay. So my question is, when you're saying, I just want all you ends to kind of end this shit, and, you know, bygones be bygones, you are saying you do not care what actually happened. You just want the situation to be over, correct?
No, that's not.
So what did you mean by that?
I think I answered this. When you're mediating, you want to come to a resolution, and yeah.
So I'm gonna ask this question again because you're not answering it.
What's the question?
These are your
Sustain.
Sir,
Don't even worry about it.
sir, these are your words. So I'm going to read these words, and I'm going to ask you specifically what the words meant. You said, I just want you all ends to kind of end this shit, and you know, bygones be bygones. What did you mean when you said that?
I think I just told you to mediate it and.
It's not that complicated. He said, I want you and Rocky to get this over with so we can continue to do what we do. What is this question? I don't get it. I don't understand where he's trying to go. It's not. Again, y'all can explain to me. I'm missing it, maybe.
Move on. Move on.
He's not answering the question. He's not
Just did. Move on.
Everything when he shot at me, who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times, you gotta grab another member to protect yourself. He called me out my living space.
I don't get
Told me
it.
stop ducking him. He played that. It's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He didn't tell me I'm gonna come battle. I came to link him to see what the fuck this status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy boy. Your man Ills is standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He didn't give me no seconds. First he acting like that. And I got it all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. He's stupid. He did it all on camera, Cam. So the world looking at me because of bars you know for him now, but in a few seconds, I wanted to do an HBO or do anything. His whole career is fucked. Everybody's looking at me like the man.
So that's what you, what's the end game, bro?
The end game, I'm suing this shit out of here. That was my game, and regardless, I don't give a fuck about no police, nigga. I'm going against a multi-millionaire trying to
So it's what do you wish?
You were playing a small clip of this by the defense that only had the "I'm suing the shit out of him, that was my game regardless." Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that that clip alone, just by itself, doesn't put the rest of the conversation in context?
Objection to that.
What?
Still no ground, John. Right? Objection to that.
Judge, the objection is, that's an improper question, but that was an impeachment question. That's what I asked everyone.
That's not a legal objection. Your Honor, I keep asking you.
If you want, when the defense is asking questions, if you just want to say objection without a legal ground, I can probably infer what the legal ground is. I want to move the case along.
Your Honor, I'm just asking. The court has said they've ordered both sides. We're lawyers.
Right.
I can't respond when he doesn't give a legal ground. When the court makes me an offer that I don't have to state a legal ground. That's not the rule of the court. I state a legal ground because I'm a lawyer. He simply says objection.
So what do you suggest?
He give a legal ground, as you told him.
And if he doesn't?
Then the objection's overruled, according to the evidence code and the rules of court. The court knows that. I'm not telling the court anything the court's not aware of. That's all I'm asking, Judge. Just stay ground. And instead of get along.
I heard you.
Okay.
Proceed.
All right.
Besides suing somebody like that, you feel me? Now he got to face the consequences of that because he wanted to get gangster and run out his crib like that.
I feel
That has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. You got it on my end. What else am I supposed to do?
I mean, like, squat that shit in the streets, type shit about it.
Hey, you street nigga. Bro, what the fuck?
I don't get what he's trying to say.
What did you mean when you said, I mean like squash that shit in the streets type shit? What does that mean?
I think that's another cultural thing that you kind of wouldn't understand that we use, where it's really mediating the situation among ourselves.
Your Honor, can you instruct the witness to answer the question? That's not an answer.
Yeah, and refrain from suggesting to Mr. Lewin or anybody else what they would or would not understand. Just answer the question directly. Ask the question.
It's hard to answer someone.
Do your best.
Okay.
Sir, I'm asking you, listen to my question, what you meant, what you said. I'm not asking you to respond that you're mediating. That's not answering the question. I'm not actually asking you to tell me that I wouldn't understand it. You said the words. What did you mean?
I meant to find a resolution.
He answered the question. Move on.
What specifically does it mean? Squash that shit in the street type shit. What does that mean?
Keep mentioning what it means, and I'm telling you, within our culture, it needs to find a resolution.
He answered the question. Thank God. Move on.
That you've already advised him of is get some paper, get some money, and keep the cops
As I
out.
answered this, I listed different options as well.
What other option did you list, sir, besides get the money? What other option did you list in?
Have a conversation.
Have a conversation. So you're mediating, and your solution is, after the victim has been shot at, your solution is
crazy.
you should either get some money or have a conversation with the defendant. Is that correct? That's your solution?
There's more solutions, but yes.
Well, I'm asking, what solution specifically during this call, other than get some money, did you
Asked and answered. Objection. What is wrong with this guy? I don't know, Joe. I don't know what Joe Tacopina's over there doing. He's asked this question 3 times already.
offer to rally to solve the situation? Name me one.
I think just to talk. Immediate situation, yeah, just talk.
You're aware that Relly has told you that they went to talk and the defendant pulled a gun on him and then shot at him a couple of minutes later the last time they talked. You're aware of that, correct?
But over time, people's sensitivity and their feelings kind of change, so you can come to a common ground and talk.
Just answer the question, Wally.
Was sit down with the defendant, whether he shot you or not, because times change, we need to keep the police out of it, and we need to settle this amongst ourselves. That's pretty much your advice?
Trying to mediate the situation so we can talk.
Okay.
So there's a better resolution in the circuits.
Wait, a circus, or you mean a lawsuit where the defendant might suffer adverse consequences? Or a criminal case where he might suffer adverse consequences?
I just mean a resolution.
What do you mean when you said a circus?
Just really high publicity, public things.
Well, and in fact, you had this conversation in May. That was just a short time after it was publicly revealed. You're aware now, you've been watching the trial, you said a lot of the trial. You're aware that originally when this case happened in November, that Relly was not identified. But in April of 2022, it went all over the media saying that Relly was the guy involved, calling him a snitch, calling him a rat. You're aware of that now, correct?
Time to move on. Were you aware of that?
I was aware when he told me that.
All right.
When did he tell you that?
We
He told me
already.
about the situation on the phone call.
Go ahead, Glenn.
He tried to catch him up there again, and we already went through this multiple times. My goodness.
Those street niggas ain't got 3 or 4 bodyguards, bro. Come on, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. This man running around with, come on. What street shit do he do, bro? This is a street nigga. You already know what would happen. Everybody know what would happen. We're talking about ASAP Rocky, bro. The face of Dior, like, come on, stop it.
I'm just trying to, I'm just, because I fuck with you heavy, bro. Like, you know, it's always right every time, nigga, and I fuck with you.
I'm trying to let people know, and the ones who's close by him, this ain't no, he ain't no gangster. Oh, well, doing, bro, this ain't no gangster. If this was a gangster, this would be handling the streets.
So how niggas like
got 3 or 4 bodyguards on 24/7.
So like, what's the next level, bro? Like niggas go to court, you feel me? Like, why not just
He's finished. He's finished. Why
not just ask for a bribe, or, you know?
I try to.
I want the court to understand that I will absolutely finish, Your Honor, by 5:30. I will be done. So I'm just asking the court, because I need to ask these questions. I'm asking the court.
This is embarrassing, man.
The same leeway that the defense got with Relly, who was on the stand for 5 days. So I will be done, I promise, by 5:30. So I'm just asking, as I'm asking these questions, that if there's legitimate objections to say, when the court is asking to move on,
Because there comes a point where it appears to me that you fully explored the issue, and it is time to move it. You are accomplishing what you are intending to accomplish.
Okay.
And there's no reason to keep on that same issue. And again, at the end of the case, when you argue to the jury, when Mr. Tacopino argues to the jury, argue reasonable inferences.
But the problem is I need to confront the witness.
Yeah, objection 403.
Yeah, my word. If I'm not, you can stop me. With no argument, nothing back. So, what did you mean where it says, do you feel me, like, why not squash this shit? What did that mean?
Didn't I answer this? I think it meant to mediate the situation and find a resolution.
It meant to keep this. You then say, right before it, you said, what's next though, bro? Like, ends go to court? You're telling him what's going to happen is this case is going to end up in court, and you're telling him you want to squash it before it gets to court, correct?
I'm asking him what his process was, and he's telling me.
Okay, good.
Wow.
Bro, you don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro.
Hold on. Sorry. Does everybody understand that you don't have page 16 in your transcript? It's going to be up on the...
Yo, shout out to Carmaine with the best comment so far today. He says, is this on a loop, Classy? Yo, Carmaine said what all of us are feeling right now. It's like the prosecutor's trying to go back and back and back. He's probably going to ask him again. So when was the first time you heard about this? Like, God dang. We have gotten nowhere with this guy. Now he's asking him what squash it means. Yeesh. Shout out to Carmaine.
Can everyone see it or no?
No,
Okay.
Are you able to eliminate the picture?
Man.
Yes. Center it. Can you make it bigger?
I can.
Can everyone see it now?
Feels like it.
Also, it's also right behind, to your right. Your Honor, if it's easier for them to see, can they stand and see?
Sure, yes.
On, if that's easier. All right.
When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you ever look, bro, I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand, I'm not no dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer first court extortion. You feel me? You're gonna do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
I feel, bro, that.
All right, here we go. Let's read it. This is Relly. You got to understand, I'm no dumb black ninja, bro. Well, Wally, I feel. Relly, you know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro. It's called extortion. You feel me? I feel you, bro. Really? You got to do everything accordingly, or it's going to catch up with you. I feel you, brose. I feel you.
And this is right after this call. You called the defendant and told him what it transpired.
I'm trying to think if niggas could like help out.
Correct?
What'd you say?
Right after you finish this call, you call the defendant and tell him, here's what's going on, here's what Relly said.
Right.
When is the next time you talk to Relly after that?
Didn't we answer that? I think it was August 2022, right?
So what you're saying is now, whenever you call him, you got that tape recorder ready to go, right?
Well, I think you're missing what I'm telling you.
Motion to strike is non-responsive. Listen to my question. So what you're saying is, the next time you call him, you got that tape recorder ready to go. Is that right?
He calls me multiple times and I missed that call back.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
What he's asking you is a yes or no question.
Gotcha.
So go ahead and ask it again.
The next time...
Just say yes, Wally. It's fine.
In August 2020, that's the next time you spoke to him, correct?
Correct.
And you had the tape recorder ready to go, correct?
Yes.
No.
Did you tape him?
Yes.
So you were able, he called you, I'm sorry, you called him. You made the call, right?
Yes, back.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
I didn't hear it.
He said back instead of he's answering.
He said yes, back.
Well,
It doesn't
the
matter.
whole answer is non-responsive. It calls for yes or no.
Did you call him back?
Yes.
And when you called him back, you immediately were recording what he was saying, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's play the next call, please.
All right, I'm gonna ask you, Mark,
This prosecutor is crazy.
The first part of the August 16, 2022 call has equals 30.
Which is the first part? Because there's two August 16th transcripts.
There, the first part is the audio file is IMG_07942. So it ends with a 2.
That's the first, first part?
And so the transcript for that audio clip will be 30. And I have copies for the jurors. I'll pass up. The staples aren't totally flat, so don't poke yourself on them.
Yeah, and a shout out to Kizzy. He's asked why doesn't the defense attorney object? I mean, he's digging his own grave at this point. This is just embarrassing. Again, as a juror looking at this, having seen everything that we've seen, it's like, what's your point, man? This whole thing is showing that Relly lied, and now you're trying to say that Wally was trying to set him up to help Rocky? Can we address the fact that your key witness lied on the stand multiple times? So the prosecution just wants the jury to look past that and say, hey guys, hey, the witness, he said multiple times that these were fake. He even got aggressive with the defense and said, get this out of my face. Let's look past that. Let's focus on the fact that this man who said it was his friend recorded the phone calls. Yeah, and he recorded the phone calls, and he may have been in collusion with A$AP Rocky, even though he offered both sides a way to resolve their issues and even recommended that either Relly sue or he squash it. But let's look past the fact that Relly lied, right? What are we doing here? Absolutely, Cheryl. Yes. It makes no sense.
Everybody ready? Anybody have a transcript?
Yo, shit again.
Come on.
Shit, man, where you at?
Crib now. What you want?
Shit, man, I just hopped on the computer and shit. I was gonna make them links and shit. You know which links you want to do, or you want me to take them shits?
Yeah, it's shit time. Just probably the one from the Rolling Stone, all those other publications.
Just pick the top ones, probably like TMZ, Rolling Stone shit. Alright.
And then when I get it, I'm there 3 seconds.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna just try to get that shit to me for me. It's a lot.
Yo, what's your overall thoughts on this shit, though? Like, coming from that, like, with Rocky, think I'm wrong, bro?
Bro, like, you feel me? Because niggas don't even know I'm talking to you, bro. So, like, real talk, like.
So on page 2, you start off by telling him, you suggest right off
They're playing
top
them out of order, so
that
here.
you're going to submit those links. Those are links to the media stuff that you and Relly talked about, correct?
Correct.
So you're telling him you're going to get his story out into the media, is that right?
Yes, what he wanted.
But in actuality, while you're doing this, you're taping him, and after this call, you're going to tell the defendant exactly what he told you, is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, on page 3, you straight lie to him, and you say, bro, like you feel me, because ends don't even know I'd be talking to you, bro. You're saying the defendant doesn't know that you're talking to him, correct?
Niggas doesn't mean the defendant. Niggas can mean people.
Listen to me, I'm not asking you what it can mean, I'm saying what it meant here is you are
I'm telling you that.
I'm not asking for any education.
Ask him what he meant by it.
What I believe you meant by it, sir, was you are telling him
We don't care what you believe.
Rocky does not know that he's talking to you, correct?
I think I just answer that where niggas, another cultural thing,
Won't
means
you strike as
people
non-responsive?
doesn't mean the defendant.
Just a minute.
Listen to my question. Isn't it true that by saying, in this time, during this conversation, not in general, when you say, bro, like you feel me, because ends don't even know I'm talking to you, bro, you are saying to him that the defendant does not know that you are talking to him.
No, and there's also plural there, so defendant is singular.
And right after that, you literally say, so like real talk, like I'm even trying to play both sides. That is referring to Relly and the defendant, correct?
I think I just answered where niggas to me in this.
Motion to strike is non-responsive. Please instruct the juror to answer the question being asked, or you won't go home today.
You mean the witness?
The witness, excuse me, yes, Your Honor. I'm being as patient as I can, but I want my question
It's
answered.
very important that if he asks you a yes or no
This is
question,
crazy.
you ask yes or no, and don't volunteer it.
Sometimes he's not answering.
I understand that.
So I try to get my.
Well, what he's asking is yes or no.
Can you ask again?
Isn't it true that when you said, bro, like you feel me, because ends don't even know I be talking to you, bro, so like real talk, like I ain't even trying to play both sides, you are saying to him that the defendant does not know that you are talking to Relly?
No. Just told you.
No, that's not what it meant.
He answered the question.
You're saying, no, that's not what it meant.
No, because I literally just told you.
Stop. The objection is sustained. Then ask him what he did mean.
So I want to ask you what you meant specifically by that comment, and I'm not asking for a general statement about mediation. What did you specifically mean by that those words in that comment?
People, friends, niggas with an S is plural didn't mean the singular to the defendant.
So what did it mean when immediately after that you say, I ain't even trying to play both sides? What side are you talking about?
We're doing this again?
Which line did you say so I can read?
It's directly after what I just read you, page 3.
Yeah.
Lines 8, and it goes through 12.
Yeah, that line doesn't have to do with the first one, right? It's just me saying within the mediation, I'm not trying to pick both sides.
And by both sides, you mean the defendant and Terrell.
Okay, y'all give me a second.
Correct.
So when you are saying, I ain't even trying to take both sides, right after saying that basically ends don't even know that I'm talking to you, bro, you are saying the defendant does not know that I'm talking to you, and
That's
I'm
exactly
not
right.
trying to take sides.
Objection asked and answered is sustained.
Go ahead, keep going.
I ain't even trying to play both sides. I'm just a genuine nigga that means well, you feel me? So, like, I honestly think it just looks like bad on both y'all niggas' names, you feel me? Like, it don't even matter, like, real shit, it don't even matter how, like, what went on, it's like, really what the...
See, I'm not even looking at it like a person's name. I'm looking at the circumstances, you know what I mean? Yeah. Because I'm still trying to understand. I even still try to reach out to these people, to John and all of that, like I could have went straight to the boys and did all that extra shit in the beginning, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Nah, really, bro.
I just think that his fame and his legacy
where Terrell told you that he didn't even reach out to the boys originally, you agree he's telling you that he didn't reach out to the police originally.
Can you start referring to the lines so I can read what you're reading?
Sure.
Follow Thanks.
Sure.
Your Honor, objection, lacks foundation, speculation, lacks personal knowledge. He can't speak to what the witness, what the other witness
Well,
conversation means.
Mr. Najimi just asked to be referred to a line. So do that, Mr. Boone. Which line are you referring to?
One moment, Your Honor.
And on page 4?
1 second, Your Honor. Lines 2 through 5, Your Honor. With respect to the objection, the witness has repeatedly stated that I can't understand what exactly he means in these conversations. So I have to ask him because he refuses to acknowledge the plain words.
You're entitled to ask.
So what did you mean by that?
Well, that's Terrell Efron.
Isn't it true that what Terrell was telling you was that he tried to keep the police out of it and handle it without their involvement?
Your Honor, again, objection, same objection, speculation, lack of foundation. He can't speak to what's in the.
That's what he said. Can't tell you what he meant.
Okay, but the way you took that is he's telling you, hey, I could have went straight to the boys. That means I could have went straight to the police, correct?
Yeah.
All right, my fellow attorneys, my amazing attorneys on this channel. I know y'all watch. Do me a favor and let me know in the comments and in the chat of this video. What is going on here? I have to go back to Relly's testimony. Relly clearly said these calls are not me. The prosecutor is saying, Relly said this, Relly told you this, you and Relly had a conversation. How is this possible? Because I'm completely confused on how Relly's entire testimony is just not thrown in the garbage. Because he lied. He lied. He said, that's not me. And now the prosecutor's saying that was Relly. So I don't, please tell me, because I'm missing something here.
The witness has repeatedly stated that I can't understand what exactly he means in these conversations. So I have to ask him because he refuses to acknowledge the plain words.
You're entitled to ask.
So what did you mean by that?
Well, that's Terrell Efron.
Isn't it true that what Terrell was telling you was that he tried to keep the police out of it and handle it without their involvement?
Your Honor, again, objection, same objection, speculation, lack of foundation. He can't speak to what's in the.
That's what he said. Can't tell you what he meant.
Okay, but the way you took that is he's telling you, hey, I could have went straight to the boys. That means I could have went straight to the police, correct?
He doesn't know. That's hearsay.
Okay? But he says he did all that extra shit from the beginning. So he's telling you, I could have done that, but I didn't. That's what he's saying, correct?
That's what he said.
Okay.
I can restart, Your Honor. I think it's close to where we paused.
Oh, man.
Things and his legacy, like how my lawyers were saying, it's the fact that it's my skin color. People thinking that I'm supposed to be at a certain, which is like crash, like people expect black people to be crash test dummies. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, oh, you a hood nigga. Oh, you supposed to be like this. Like, what?
Yeah, what you thinking? Like, I think niggas should just resolve that shit peacefully, quietly. Like, you feel me? Like, and just like,
I think y'all should resolve this peacefully and quietly. What's the problem here?
That's what I tried. I tried. He didn't even reach out to me or nothing. Like, this is nothing. Like, he's still thinking that this shit is a joke. He's gonna find out when he go to preliminary hearing, and that's when he's gonna try to. His people are gonna try to reach out because they're gonna realize how bad this shit is.
how much money you looking for? Like, what you feel me?
It's not how much I'm looking for. It's what I'm suing for. What stands in the bracket for what it is. You know what I'm saying? But it comes with a lot. It comes with a lot of different reasons. It's 4 different lawsuits.
I outside looking in, you feel me? Like on how
I feel good because I know who this dude is. I know he never looked down to nobody. He really not who people think they like. When the smoke clears, he's not that person. You get what I'm saying? So if he would have did, you gotta understand. I knew Rocky before anybody. He knew my brother died. He knew I was fucked up. He knew Ty Beats was fucked up. He knew a lot of people. He knew everybody's situation. This man is Mr. 6 months. You know what I'm saying? He come around, he tell you, yeah, he gonna fix shit, and you don't even have to put money to fix shit. And then guess what? You're gonna see Rocky for another 6 months. He got new bodyguards, he new sets.
This is wild.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, he robbed people to sleep so much to how can he even feel sympathy?
This phone call, now that it's in there, is why Wally is back today, because Joe is gonna bring this up. He mentioned several times he was trying to mediate, not mitigate, the situation. He said multiple times, why don't you guys resolve this peacefully? I don't even know why the prosecutor is going this. I'm missing it, y'all.
You know what I'm saying? Because when do I get my sympathy? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why you don't just take like a couple eggs and chill? You feel me?
It's not up to me. That's not the way how it goes. When you do a lawsuit, I try to do it that way. You see what he said when I sent you that? What you call it?
Yeah, I feel. But how about now? You feel me? How about now? You feel me?
It's too late. Like, it's too late. My lawsuit is still there already with the like. When I went to the lawyers, the lawyers filed the police the evidence, but you can't sue somebody with circumstances like that without criminal actions because it's such a heinous crime.
So there's no way you can like withdraw the lawsuit type of shit and then, you know, or just settle type of shit, you feel me?
No, he would settle and then that means that I would go to court or wouldn't do anything and he have to go against the state and it would be way less. Yeah, man. So that's attempted murder. That's not like me and you thrown together. We had an argument and then a fight broke out and a gun came out. He purposely knew what he was doing. When you purposely know what you're doing, that's a whole different ballgame. You get what I'm saying? And I still feel sympathetic for this man because I know him. I know what he's about to endure. But he told me, fuck off, go to the police. He told me this type of shit. If I was to put that out, when I sent you, if I was to put that out to the world, bro, they would laugh at him. I'm not the toughest nigga in the world. I don't know what too many gangster niggas that's gonna come at Rocky. He's a millionaire, bro. That shit can come from anywhere. He decided to fire on me. That was the worst thing ever. He should have had somebody who did that because when you do that means not only are you jeopardizing your career, you're jeopardizing yourself and everybody you're around. So you gotta take that threat out because that's the only way I would think. Yeah, man. Like who after somebody firing on
He does sound like a stalker.
Bro? Nobody.
Yeah, you know, niggas like settle, you feel me? Like,
Then that should come out. None of that could come out then because I can put it up, but then that's what I'm trying to educate for, and that's what my lawsuit takes place. You get what I'm saying?
So why do niggas just do that? Like, you gonna try to
he's waiting to go to their hearing because he don't know. Rocky don't even know the shit I sent you like that.
I mean, I would probably talk to him and shit and figure out, you know, like, some.
I don't even want to know message with him like that because he had nobody gets to reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. He chose to do that. Like, when you see what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John to try to figure out what we're going to do here before I even get up a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, you don't want to hear nothing from nobody, bro. Like, like, some people is like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, to the shit.
And I don't want to jeopardize what you have going on, anything that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Plus, my people start looking at you funny, and I don't need you feeling like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it just trickled down to everywhere, you feel me? Like, even if you do, you feel me?
What does that prove?
Your Honor, I'd ask you, Mark, the second portion of this call, the transcript as People 31.
All right, this is what's, the audio is IMG0794.
This is roughly, yes.
I don't know what they're trying to show.
All right, so the last transcript is 30.
And it is a short, much shorter call. That was part 2. This one's 07942. This one's 079.
part of the August 16th call?
Yes. I think it's, as he said, the end of the call, he had to cut it up.
Man, I hope they bring Relly back.
I'm trying to think if niggas can like help out and like try to talk to the nigga. He's only like,
Bro, he's not even a total person, bro. I'm gonna be honest, especially with this type of state of mind. He got 2 more days to go to court.
I mean, well, I could probably talk to him and shit and say out, you know, like some.
I don't even want to know message with him like that because he had it. Bro, I hope he gets to reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? He chose to do that. Like, and you see what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John to try to figure out what we're gonna do here before I even get up a weight or anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he don't really hear nothing from nobody, bro. And so like, some people was like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, to the shit.
And I don't want to jeopardize what you have going on and thinking that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Plus, a lot of people start looking at you funny, and I don't need you feeling like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it just trickled down to everyone, you feel me? Like, even if you feel me? Like,
everybody who worked for him.
You feel me? So,
everybody who worked for him, but he did that because he's stingy, bro. I can't not do what I'm doing and think about everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta worry about myself and worry about what the fuck happened to me. He wasn't thinking about nobody. Everybody's thinking like that, but then when it comes out, niggas are gonna really start hating him because, bro, why would you do that? Why would you put yourself out there to do something like that where it's unforgivable, bro? You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like, say something like, it was a fight, you punch me, I could sue you, you don't go to jail, bro, you fired on me.
Yeah, niggas not trying to.
Yeah, Wally's basically telling him, hey, you need to let this go because it's going to affect everybody if you don't. And then Relly's saying, no, I got to take care of me. This stuff is unforgivable because he did what he did.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, niggas are find some resolution. They thinking about how much you want to get and shit, you don't even know.
I already know. I'm in 30 M's.
Yeah. That's crazy, son. That's crazy.
He said, I already know I'm getting 30 M's.
I was gonna say, what the cops gonna say? You feel me? Because niggas are probably jail type shit. Like,
he's gonna have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else. Because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case is way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch wants to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you go against the state and it's way weaker.
At the court shit, what's going on at court? You feel me? Like the rappers against the state type of shit?
If I'm not there, if he pays me out through my lawsuit, I'll walk away. And then he'll be going to find me because I'm trying another highway to relax. You get what I'm saying? They're going to be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And here they have evidence in San Antonio, but it's not going to be the same when you present it to the jury and you don't have a complaining witness. You get what I'm saying? So now they're going to have to offer him a deal.
Wow.
You repeatedly, during this conversation, kept going back to saying things like, and could drop the shit, meaning the lawsuit, correct?
Yes, given how obvious the mediated situation.
Would you agree that with what I just played to you, there are approximately 10 different times where you suggest to Relly that he could drop this shit, drop the lawsuit? Would you agree?
It was an option to mediate the situation, right?
Would you agree that in what I just played you a moment ago, this is on page 4 of the last transcript, he says, like, this ain't something like it was a fight and punching you. I could sue you. You're going to jail, bro. You're fired on me. And you respond, yeah. Ends not trying to go to jail, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, ends could find some resolution. You are saying to him that A$AP Rocky doesn't want to go to jail, and you are saying you want to find a resolution that involves money, correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
It's not what he's saying, though.
When people are charged with things, if they're not guilty, or if they're guilty, sometimes the repercussion is jail. And let me finish. And I personally don't like seeing people go to jail. So.
Do you have a problem with people going to jail if they shoot at somebody?
No.
You don't want them to go to jail even for that, correct?
No, if you're guilty of a crime, you should go to jail within the justice system, right?
So your
Great
position,
answer.
I just want to be clear, because you said both. Your position is that if ASAP Rocky is guilty, if he did this, then he should be convicted.
Yes.
He's already said in his he said previously that he did not want anybody convicted of any crime where they went to jail.
That's not what he said.
That was the first 5 minutes of his examination.
That's not what he said.
I didn't clarify. So this goes to his bias and his,
Stop. Read the question back. Can you get it again?
Which question?
The last
can I just re-ask? Make it faster.
one. Yes, definitely.
That's not what he
Isn't it true that whether he committed this crime or not, you do not want him to be convicted?
Objection.
This goes by.
I think I answered this. If you're committed of a crime, there's repercussions, guilty and not guilty.
You're not answering the question.
Listen to my question.
Okay.
If he committed this crime, isn't it true that even if that's correct, even if he committed the crime, you do not want him to be convicted?
If he committed a crime, then he should be convicted.
And you're saying that's what you want. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you were here to mediate, right?
It's not that
I
complicated.
said it 10 times now.
Yeah. And mediate means you talk to both sides, right?
Yes.
So when you tried to mediate with Terrell on May 12th, and then you called the defendant, tell me about the conversation you had with him where you were mediating.
Who's him?
Rocky. Tell me about that conversation.
It's argumentative, and he's yelling at me.
Oh, no.
Well, the conversation is I'm hearing his side.
And what was his side? What did he say?
He really just said it was really just an argument, and they felt differences between situations.
He admitted to you that he had shot at Relly, correct?
Incorrect.
Did he ever tell you during that conversation, hey, listen, it was a prop gun? Did he ever say that?
No.
Well, if you're trying to mediate, and you're trying to figure out a resolution, and you talk to one party, and you've heard what they have to say, then don't you have to go back to ASAP Rocky and say, hey, listen, Relly is saying you shot him. Did you not say that to him?
Mediating sometimes is hearing both sides.
But didn't he record the conversations and send them to Rocky though?
What?
Say, hey, this is what your boy's saying.
And giving some options.
So what was the side he gave to you for what happened? What did Rocky tell you happened?
I just told you.
No, I want to know specifically, what exactly did he say happened?
Excuse me, objection. Is there a reason he's yelling at the witness?
What exactly did he tell you happened?
I don't recall the specifics. I just told you the general overview.
You don't recall the specifics of whether ASAP Rocky told you whether he shot the defendant or not? The victim or not? You don't recall that?
No.
Answer.
What? So he might have told you that he shot the victim. You just don't remember. Is that correct?
Incorrect.
Well, so you just said you don't remember. Now you're saying, no, he didn't tell me that he shot him. So if you don't remember, how do you know that's not what he said?
Well, I don't want to be wrong.
Well, so that's what I just told you.
Sir, question.
As you sit here, sir, you said you were trying to mediate this dispute between Rocky and Relly. You talked to Relly, and Relly gave you a lengthy version of what happened on that November night, correct?
Correct.
So my question to you is, if you're going to mediate, you have to have asked Rocky what happened, correct?
Correct.
Right.
So what you're saying is, I asked him what happened, but I don't remember what he said, correct?
Correct. I said I don't remember the details.
And let me ask you, if he would have told you, hey, I shot him with a prop gun, you would sure as heck remember that, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily.
So you would not remember if ASAP Rocky was saying,
Yeah, he needs to
hey,
chill out.
everything Relly said is not true, I shot him with a prop gun.
I don't recall specifics.
So as you sit here, you would agree that you understand, as I'm asking this question, that if you admit that ASAP Rocky either told you he shot Relly or admitted that it wasn't a prop gun, you understand that will be very bad.
Objection to relevancy of what this witness understands is bad for Rocky, Your Honor? Can you let that question go?
That's
No speaking objections.
Oh, okay.
The question
read that question back,
the
Ron.
question goes to bias. Bias
It's not about bias.
What's that?
That's not how biased. Listen to the question. It's asking for his opinion of what happens to him.
Your Honor, this is a long-speed objection.
The question is designed to elicit an answer, and the answer could go to bias and interest in the result of the trial.
The question you read out.
Yes.
So as you sit here, you would agree that you understand, as I'm asking.
Yeah,
this
we'll get
question,
into it here in a
that
second.
If you admit that ASAP Rocky either told you he shot Melvin or admitted that it wasn't a prop gun, you understand that will be very bad for you.
Fair question?
Yes, I understand.
Is it still your testimony that as you sit here, that you have
It's not
testified
impeached Wally
as
at
an
all.
unbiased witness? Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You said that you don't recall specifically what ASAP Rocky told you during this mediation, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you something. Do you believe, as you sit here, whether it's true or not, do you believe that it is reasonable that you can have a mediation with ASAP Rocky about what happened during this incident and you have no memory of what he told you? Does that sound reasonable to you?
Yes.
That sounds reasonable.
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, there it is, man. Wally, man. Hey, other than the police officer who testified first, it's the best witness so far. Wally did his thing. He's poised, calm, gave clear answers, said he didn't recall when he didn't recall, and the prosecutor looked weak. Absolutely weak in this one. So appreciate y'all. We got through that. I think Joe comes back up here for a second and maybe redirects for a minute. We might get back to that a little bit later. How long? How much time do we have? Because honestly, I see y'all saying court is back. Let's get, what is it, 5 minutes? It's not even 5 minutes. It's like 4 minutes. Y'all give me 4 more minutes. Let me see what Joe said.
Was this a formal mediation, sir? Were you a mediator?
This is leading. This is direct examination.
Was this a formal, you just asked a million questions about this mediation. Were you performing a formal mediation?
No.
Okay. Now, let's get back to something. Sir, you were brought in here by the defense to authenticate 2 tapes, nothing more.
Objection. This is leading.
Sustained.
Why were you brought in here by the defense?
To
That's going to call
verify,
for speculation.
Overruled.
Overruled.
to verify audio that was said by the victim that wasn't near him.
Okay. That you heard Mr. Efron say was fake?
Correct.
That's
Yes.
why you brought here?
Yes.
You were cross-examined for
Uh-oh.
2+ hours.
Objection. That's argumentative.
Sustained.
Sustained.
So all those questions that you just asked for, how many minutes it was, sir?
Objection. Argumentative question can't be stated.
The question hasn't been asked. The question hasn't been asked yet. It's
Come
premature.
on, Joe.
Okay.
All the questions you just asked by Mr. Liu, did he once ask you,
Objection. Argumentative.
did he ask the question?
You've got to let him finish the question.
You're right.
You've got to let him finish the question.
You're right.
No, don't talk to each other.
He said you good?
Here's the question. Mr.
Oh,
Liu asked
man.
you once if you fabricated those tapes, like Mr. Efron swore to the jury.
Objection.
No.
Objection. It's irrelevant. It's also outside the scope.
What?
No, he never asked me.
Never asked you that. There's 2 things, by the way, on these transcripts that were played that I would like to just ask you about. I'm not going to replay them because I want to get you out of here in 5 minutes, okay? On page 7 of the transcript prepared by the district attorney, which was the May 12th, 2022 transcript.
So you good?
If you find that, let me know, sir. I know what it is, then. Excuse me, everyone, a second. Get out. The May 20.
May 12, 2022, page 7,
Yes, sir. On the top,
line,
226.
what does it say?
Where Mr. Efron says, and this was played right for you in the jury, whether I crippled him because he's a multi-millionaire bro, I'm not having nobody shoot at me where I'm taking it on the chin, and 2, I'm not about to spin on Rocky's block. I'm already a millionaire. And then you say N-word. See that?
Yes.
Okay. So there he's telling you he's a millionaire.
Yes.
Mr. Efron. Are you aware that he testified in this courtroom that what he told you was not true there?
Objection. Relevance. It's also improper.
Sustained. Sustained.
On page 13.
We'll go to live court in a minute, y'all.
August 16, 2022 transcript, and it's the 974-2, like it's both. 974.
You tell you he was broke.
It's August 16, 2022.
Which page were you at?
Page 13. Again, sir, this was played for you in the jury instrument, not played again for instrument reading. The top attribution to Mr. Efron, lines 2 through 6.
Yeah, I gotta see it through.
Mr. Efron said to you in this recorded call, he chose to do that, and you've seen what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John, trying to figure out what we're gonna do here before I even hit up the lawyer or anything. Did you see that?
Yes.
Did you hear that?
Yes.
And who do you understand John to be?
Rocky's old manager.
Okay. And he's saying here he hit up John before he even hit up a lawyer, right?
Yes.
Okay. The first question I asked you, one of the snippets I said to you earlier, and it was played again by the district attorney, and don't worry about the transcript, is that Mr. Efron said to you, you heard in this courtroom, both when I was asking you questions and Mr. Lubin. You know what I'm saying? You asked for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. Remember that?
Yes.
When Mr. Efron said to you, and you just heard it, I'm gonna get 30 M's, the DA won't find me, I'll be relaxing on an island. Were those words fake, or was that Mr. Efron?
That was Mr. Efron.
You didn't put those words in front?
No.
This is outside the scope of cross, and never asked about any.
No, it's not.
Any actual whether the words were real or not.
All right.
It's outside the scope.
It's not outside the
He's not going to be
scope.
able to come back for any more questioning.
And are you
Whether it's outside the scope or not, it's a fair question.
Thank you, Judge.
Are you sure, sir? You didn't come here to authenticate these tapes. So you can get 2 business class tickets for 13-hour flights over the 30-second period.
Objection, leading and argument.
Not arguing.
It's leading.
It is.
Why'd you come here again, sir?
To verify lies that were told in my name. And
Why?
Because audio was played to the victim and he was saying they were fake. So I wanted to confirm that they were real.
Thank you.
Dang.
All right. No.
I have 2 questions, John. All right.
2?
Yes.
Okay, what's question number 1?
I need
Question
to
number
say
1
my
is?
questions. Question number 1 is going to be, in answering the questions
Here we go.
that you were just asked, does any of the questions, do they change what happened on the night of November 6th?
Objection.
What?
The answer is obviously no.
Well,
That's a dumb question.
When you say it's obviously no, it doesn't mean
The judge just told him that's a dumb question.
Question goes without asking, without
Come on,
saying.
man.
It can't change what happened in the past. Ask question number 2. It's an irrelevant question.
One moment, Your Honor.
Oh, shout out to Wally, man.
As you sit here on that witness stand, answering questions, isn't it true that with every question you've been asked, you have been thinking, how is my answer going to impact whether or not that man is convicted? Yes, sir.
No.
All right.
Wally did it, man. Best witness so far. That was the dumbest final question I've ever heard. What's he gonna say? Oh, yeah. For sure. Rocky's got more money, so I want him to win. Think about this for a second, too. That 20% of Wally's business that is designated to rappers and may allegedly be largely impacted by A$AP Rocky. How would he be affected? Say all of this goes against Rocky. Rocky gets locked up. Relly wins his civil lawsuit. Now, no Rocky. And Relly's the one holding the bag. It'd be interesting to see. All right, y'all. I know y'all were over here dying. Y'all said, man, can we please get to the live coverage? We're going to get to it. We're going to get to it right now. So court is in session. I like to have a little bit of a delay anyway. Let me read these super chats real quick and then we'll get straight into it. Thank you to everybody who sent over the super chats, man. We've got Wolf Life ENT celebrating 1 month as a member. Thank you so much for being here. We got my guy, Mr. Brown, showing love, dropping the 2 bomb. The Unruly Gaming channel saying, let me ask again. After the question, man, get this guy out of here. Carmaine James is in here, drops the 5 bomb, says, so because he asked the same question 11 times, he cooked Wally? Yeah, anybody saying the prosecution cooked was not listening as a juror. They were listening with bias, because he didn't get him on anything. Wally made it very clear. He said, I didn't find out about this until Relly told me. He said, was it on the phone call? He said, I don't recall, but sure, it could have been on the phone call. And then he says, okay, you said here that either you alleged or it sounded like you knew about it or that you had some thought. He's like, I don't know. Maybe it was a text message. It could have been, I don't recall. I don't remember. But all I know is Relly told me. Everything else, he was a solid witness. I don't know what was going on there. Also, we've got M in here. Shout out to M with the 2 bomb. Said they need to bring Relly back to impeach him. Too late? That's a great question. I'm going to leave that one up to our amazing attorneys in the building. Let's go ahead and get into the live coverage today. Oh my gosh. Hold on. I gotta unmute this for Judge Arnold because we got to hear what he's saying.
I mean, the things I've seen, I don't know how they could get more false. I had admonished you, don't look at anything on the internet or read anything about this case. And one of the reasons is because you can't rely on what you're reading. So.
What happened? Was somebody watching the YouTube channel? Hey, y'all got to stop watching the Classy Beats YouTube channel while you're on the jury.
Decision in this case.
Let's say next witness. And again, y'all, this is not me. This is Law and Crime. You can see everything scrolling on the bottom. Their feed was messed up. It's not. It's the Law and Crime feed was messed up. But I think Megan said something over on X. Give me a second. All right, so there's our next witness. Megan says someone reported yesterday that Judge Arnold asked the prosecutors how they can ethically proceed with the ASAP Rocky's prosecution. And the judge just pretty well confirmed that's total BS by telling the jury he has seen completely false reports on the internet about this trial. So that's what he was talking about. Interesting. All right, we'll keep it going.
Some mistake that the testimony you may give in the cause not that before this court. So
this is Law and Crime.
Nothing but the truth so help you God. I did. You please take a seat in the witness stand.
Interesting.
Adjust the microphone there and state and spell your name.
Kirk Anderson, KIRKANDERSON.
I forgot to mention this to you. The clock on the wall is getting worse. Yesterday it was like 4 minutes off. Now it's about 7 minutes off. So we're not going by that clock. I got a wristwatch. We'll go by the wristwatch. And I have 10 minutes before.
About 5 more.
What?
Only about 5 more.
It's still it's misleading. So we're going to go by, and I'm sure all your watches synchronize our watches. 10 minutes to 11.
Here we go.
Thank you.
The judge should
start by telling the jury who you work for.
I work for Los Angeles Police Department.
And how long?
All right, we got another police officer.
A little over 9 years.
Which station were you working at in November of 2021?
Hollywood Police Station.
And on November 8th, 2021 specifically, were you working that day?
Yes.
What was your assignment that day at Hollywood Police Station?
I was working the front desk.
What does that mean when you say working the front desk?
It's a patrol assignment to the desk where people come in and you take reports and help citizens out.
Would that literally mean you're sitting at kind of the front desk in the lobby of the police station?
Correct.
And the people that you're talking about, you take reports from, would those be citizens that walk in off the street to report crimes to you at the desk?
Yes.
On November 8th, 2021, did you interview a man by the name of Terrell Efron?
Yes, I did.
And how is it that
here we go.
interviewed him that day?
He walked
Yeah,
into
YP
the lobby of the
Comic
police station.
When he came in, was he alone or was he with anyone else?
He said he was with a lawyer. There was a man in a suit that was with him.
It's not just that he told you he was with a lawyer, you also saw this man wearing a suit.
Yes.
Okay.
He was a suit, so he had to be a lawyer.
If you could tell the jury broadly, what was it that Mr. Efron was there to report?
He said he was a victim of a shooting, and that he was shot by this unknown celebrity by the name A$AP Rocky.
In addition to tell you that the person who had shot him was A$AP Rocky, did he tell you that person's true or legal name?
Yes, he did.
And what was that name that he gave?
Raheem Mayers.
Here we go.
Did Mr. Efron tell you how it was that he knew?
It's a receptionist.
He said they'd known each other for about 15 years, and he was part of a group called A$AP Mob.
When you say he told you that, was that Mr. Efron telling you that only Mr. Mayers was part of it, or that both of them were part of that group?
That both of them were part of it.
Before we get to the actual shooting that Mr. Efron told you about, did Mr. Efron tell you about anything that happened just prior to the shooting between him and Mr. Mayers?
Efron said that he heard that A$AP Rocky was talking bad about him over the cell phone, and that was the day prior to the shooting.
Did Mr. Efron tell you that he specifically heard the defendant talking bad about him, or that he heard about the defendant talking bad about him?
He heard about the defendant talking about him.
So did he tell you that he heard words coming out of the defendant's mouth?
No, he said he heard it from somebody else. Asking his.
Repeat. Objection to the leading.
I don't recall specifically.
Did you document it in your report?
I did.
Would it refresh your memory to look at your report?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, well, sorry, Your Honor. Almost bad habit. I'm going to distract your attention. Does that refresh your memory to what Mr. Efron told you?
Yes.
And did he tell you that he specifically heard Mr. Mayers talking bad about him, or that he heard about Mr. Mayers talking bad about him?
He stated that he heard Mr. Mayers was talking bad about him.
Okay. Did he give you any more information about how it was that he overheard that information?
He did not.
What did Mr. Efron tell you that he did after he heard Mr. Mayers talking bad about him?
He sent a text message to a friend that he said A$AP Rocky was being fake.
And did Mr. Efron tell you that that friend was a mutual friend of theirs, or just his own personal friend?
I believe it was a mutual friend.
Okay. Did Mr. Efron tell you where this encounter or incident first took place?
Yes, 6200 Hollywood Boulevard.
Are you at all familiar with 6200 Hollywood Boulevard?
I've driven by there. It's a major intersection area.
Is 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, is that a very large building in Hollywood?
Yes.
Takes up almost an entire city block, correct?
Correct.
Did Mr. Efron narrow down for you where at that building their initial encounter took place?
They said it was at the driveway.
Any more detail about what the driveway either led into?
I believe it was a parking garage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did Mr. Efron tell you when that meeting at the parking lot took place in reference to when the phone call was that he overheard where Mr. Mayers was talking bad about him?
Yes, the following day on November 6th at 10 p.m. is when they met in the driveway.
So, if I understand what you're saying correctly, Mr. Efron said he overheard this phone call, then the very next day is when the driveway incident took place?
Yes.
All right. Did he give you any specific date, day, or time when that meeting at the parking lot took place?
Yes, 10 p.m.
Do you remember the date?
November 6th.
And do you remember what day of the week that was?
I don't.
Would you have documented it in your report?
I would hope so.
I don't believe the specific day is documented.
But November 6th of 2021?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
What did Mr. Efron tell you when he occurred when he first got to that parking garage?
So when he got there, he saw ASAP Rocky, and he saw two mutual friends of his and ASAP Rocky. One he said name was ASAP Ills, and the other one I believe goes by the name of 12E.
Did he tell you that those two men, Ills and 12E, were with Mr. Mayer?
Yes.
Okay, and then what was the next thing that he told you happened?
He said from about 5 to 10 feet away, ASAP Rocky pulled out a black handgun from his waistband and told him, "What's up now, pussy?"
Okay.
His voice was shaking a little bit when he said that. Probably because he's in uniform. He's like, "Dang, am I allowed to say that in uniform?"
What did he tell you happened immediately after that?
He then pointed the
It's okay,
handgun
man.
at Efron and said, "I will kill you right now," approximately 2 to 3 times.
And then what did he tell you happened after that?
ASAP Ills and 12B tried to intervene and de-escalate the situation, and they all walked over together to the area of Selma and Vista Del Mar.
Did he tell you
That's funny.
who, if anyone, was the first person to walk away?
They were in front of him when they were walking to that location.
When you say they, who are you talking about?
ASAP Rocky, ASAP Ills, and 12B.
All right. And what did Mr. Efron tell you he did after that first altercation at the parking garage?
Once they got to the area of Selma and Vista Del Mar, he said ASAP Rocky turned around and fired approximately 3 to 4 shots at Efron.
Okay. Before we get there,
Was it
I want
true?
to go back to the parking garage really quickly. Did Mr. Efron tell you at any point that the defendant specifically pointed the handgun at him?
Yes.
He told you, or yes, that he did? What did he tell you with regard to that?
After he said, "What's up, pussy," he pointed the handgun and he stated, "I will kill you right now," at Efron.
Hey.
Okay. That was when you, okay, thank you. Where again did he tell you that the rounds were fired?
At the area of Selma and Vista Del Mar.
And how many shots did he tell you he believed were fired?
Approximately 3 to 4.
Did he tell you whether he was struck by any of the gunfire?
Yes, he said he was struck in his left hand knuckles area.
When he walked into the police station, you had a chance to observe him, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Could you see any injury to his left hand knuckle area?
I did see an injury to
He
his
said 3 to 4, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I previously marked as equals 17. You recognize what you see there?
Yes.
And does that appear consistent with the injuries that you saw to Mr. Efron
It
on
does.
November 8th? And you said that was to which of his hands?
His left hand.
Okay.
He's up there
After
nervous
the,
about it.
Gunshots were fired. What did Mr. Efron tell you happened next?
He said he ran off one direction, and A$AP Rocky and others ran off another direction.
Where did Mr. Efron tell you that he went?
Eventually, he made his way back to his hotel, the Lowe's Hotel in Hollywood.
He didn't go to the hospital.
What, if anything, did he tell you he did after he got to his hotel?
After he got to the hotel, he said approximately an hour later, he came back to the scene of Selma and Vista Del Mar, and he said he collected 2 casings off the ground.
Did he tell you at all about documenting where he observed those 2 cartridge casings?
Yeah, he provided a photo of the casings on the street.
Did he actually show you a photo?
Yes.
Okay. You said Mr. Efron told you this happened on November 6th, but he was reporting it to you on November 8th, correct?
Yes.
Did you ask him specifically why he waited to the 2 days to report this to you?
He said he wanted to have a lawyer with him.
Wanted to get that civil lawsuit in place.
Did you
It's understandable.
ask what state he was living in at the time you were talking to him?
I don't recall.
Direct you to the top cover page of your report if that assists you in refreshing your recollection.
Yes.
What state did he say he was living?
New York.
And did you ask him specifically why he was in Los Angeles at that time?
I don't recall.
Okay.
A$AP Knuckles.
Mr. Efron,
That's crazy.
at the time he walked into the police station on November 8th, he had 2 fired cartridge cases with him, correct?
Yes, he did.
Can you describe that in more detail for the jury?
It was 2 steel casings. It said 9mm Luger on each of them.
How did he have it?
It was in a black plastic bag.
Okay. And did he physically give them to you?
He gave me the plastic bag, and I took them out of the plastic bag.
What did you do with them after you received them?
It was booked as evidence, so I put them inside of an evidence envelope, and then I sealed it and wrote the information on the envelope.
When you say you booked it as evidence, what is that? Can you just describe for the jury what exactly that means?
That's what I'm saying.
So it gets sealed up. I write my name on the envelope. I write the contents inside of the envelope. Then it gets assigned a DR number, which is specific to this case. And then it goes inside of for at Hollywood Police Station, it goes inside of a closet where we store all the evidence.
Did you seal it before you store it?
Yes.
I know, y'all are talking about the plastic bag. Where'd he get it from?
Next
Don't know.
exhibit, Your Honor, 32. If it can just be labeled as envelope and its contents.
Yes.
We'll wait it out. We'll see what he says.
And I'm going to write 32 on the front, in the bottom right-hand corner on this envelope. I'm going to show you first the envelope and ask if you recognize what we see here.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is the envelope for where I seal the casings. That's the information I wrote on it.
Okay, and this would actually be the envelope you filled out that night, correct?
Correct.
It has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
And your badge or serial number?
Yes.
Okay. You said the date is on there, correct?
Correct.
And a description of the contents, correct?
Yes.
You also mentioned this number at the top right that's labeled DR number.
Yes.
Is that number that we see there 2106-18784?
It is.
Is that number unique within LAPD to this case specifically?
Yes, specifically just this case.
So there will be no other case in LAPD that also utilizes that?
Correct.
All right. Now, in addition to that number, the DR number that's unique to this case, do you also assign a separate number to the items that you are receiving? Like an item number?
I don't understand.
Sure. When you book something into evidence, let's take more generally. In any case, would you agree with me that you or other people working on the case may over the course of the case book multiple items under one case number or DR number, correct?
Correct.
So let's say on the first day you collect one item and you book it, and on the second day you collect another item and you book that second item. Would the first item that you collect be booked as item number 1 under that DR number?
Yes.
There we go.
And then on the next day when you collect another item, would that be booked as item number 2 under this same DR number?
Yes.
Okay. When you did that in this case, what number did you assign to the casings that Mr. Efron provided to you?
Item number 1.
So both casings would be item number 1, correct?
Yes.
Boy, this is riveting stuff.
Now, once you go through that whole process that you talked about, receiving the item, packaging it, putting it in the envelope, sealing it, where does it go?
It goes in our evidence closet, and then the next day the evidence employee takes it and puts it in the evidence room.
Does it go to something within LAPD called the property division?
Yes.
And is it held there until it's needed at any time in the future?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to open the envelope, if you would. Do you have a knife or any way of opening it?
No.
It's underneath.
Wait, let us pull it open.
Use a knife. I want to do it cleanly.
He's carrying around a knife. Dang, you see that knife that the judges got? God dang! Yo, look at this knife. Jeez, don't mess with the judge, man. Y'all might be right. The judge might be a biker. Nosy Rosie said that? Yeah. The judge is not playing games. Look how he's holding the knife too, making me nervous. That judge said, here you go. It's a prop knife. Come on.
Would you agree with me that inside of the larger envelope, there's a smaller envelope?
Yes.
Okay. And it has a number 1 on it, correct?
Correct.
And it has the same
That's crazy.
Unique DR number on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can I borrow the knife one more time? Okay. Officer Anderson, I'll put them on the Elmo here. One. Now, do these appear similar to the cartridge cases? that you
OJ
received
put
that
the glove
night?
on so they can handle
Do you
the
specifically remember exactly the cartridge cases that were given to you?
Yes.
shell
You
casings.
do. And are these those same exact cartridge cases?
They are.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's called a head stamp on a cartridge case?
I'm not.
You're not.
Oh,
Are you
yikes.
familiar with kind of the words that are written
Yes.
And in this case, what caliber of ammunition would these cartridge cases be?
9mm.
9mm Luger?
Yes.
Okay. So these are the same cartridge casings that Mr. Efron brought to you that you packaged up and booked into property division, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I got nothing else, Your Honor. I'm gonna, just for the record, I'm gonna put them back in the smaller envelope, and then I'm gonna put the smaller envelope back into the larger.
All right. Who wants to question officer next? All right. See you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Officer.
Good morning.
You've never spoken before, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as a law enforcement officer, when you're interviewing
We
someone,
got co-counsel up here.
you want to make sure your report is as complete and accurate as possible, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's because you understand that the report may be relied upon in the future at hearings or a trial like this one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on November 8th, 2021, you said you were working at the front desk at the Hollywood Police Station?
Yes.
And at 7:20 that day, Terrell Efron came into the station and made a complaint to you about an alleged shooting, right?
Yes.
And obviously that's a serious complaint, right?
Correct.
So it was important for you to be as careful in taking down this information as possible, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you memorialized that information in a written report, correct?
Yes.
In fact, that report was reviewed and approved by your supervisor, Officer Deneen, correct?
Correct.
Now, as detailed in your report, Mr. Efron told you about an incident, I think you just described it, that occurred on November 6, 2021 involving Mr. Mayers and two other people he identified as ASAP Ills and 12 people, right?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, I think you testified to this, Mr. Efron told you that as he was approached by Mr. Mayers pulled out a gun from 5 to 10 feet away. Is that what he told you?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, the first
That's
page
not
of
true.
your investigative report has
Why
a
would he say that?
printed box, which is called weapon, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's where you identify any weapon that a complainant reports to you, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you made a note in that report of a gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if a knife were involved in an incident, that's an important fact you would know, right?
Yes.
Right. And you didn't make any note of a knife in this case, either in that pre-printed box or in the narrative portion of your report, correct?
Correct.
And that's obviously because Mr. Efron, when reporting to you what happened, didn't tell you that 12E displayed a knife to him during the incident, right?
He did not.
Right. In fact, Mr. Efron made no
Dang.
mention of a knife being involved in this incident, correct?
Correct.
To the contrary, rather than displaying a knife, Mr. Efron told you that 12E actually attempted to de-escalate the situation. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. And he told you that
What?
ASAP Ills also tried to de-escalate the situation, correct?
Yes.
Now, during your interview with Mr. Efron, he
Lying,
also
lying,
told you that
lying.
he returned to the scene of the incident approximately an hour later.
Yes.
Is that right? And he gave you those two shell casings that he claimed to recover from the scene, the ones we just saw, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Sustained is the word claim.
Okay. He gave you the two shell casings that he told you he recovered from the scene, right?
Yes.
Man, Raleigh was lying so much. Or
Just so it's clear,
misremembering.
Mr. Efron told you he recovered those shell casings about an hour after the incident on November 6, 2021, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't give them to you until 2 days later, November 8, 2021, right?
Yes.
Now, after you received the shell casings from Mr. Efron, you requested that they be examined for latent prints.
I did.
There you
And
go.
Obviously, as an experienced law enforcement officer, you wouldn't have requested an examination that you knew would be useless. Am I correct?
Correct.
Right. So you requested that examination for latent prints because you understood that fingerprints can be lifted off shell cases, right?
Yes.
Right. Now, when speaking with Mr. Efron on November 8th, 2021, he told you that he had a small scrape on his left hand from the incident, right?
Yes.
In fact, you saw a picture of it on the screen?
No, he said he got
Yes.
fought. He got shot.
And after him telling you about that small scrape and you seeing it, you clearly didn't see a need to get him an ambulance or some type of medical treatment, right?
Right.
In fact, at that time, on November 8, 2021, you discussed with Mr. Efron if any medical treatment, what if any medical treatment he already received for that small scrape. You asked him about that, right?
Yes.
And what he told you was, I just treated it myself on the day it occurred, right?
Correct.
Now, you were asked by Mr. Presnick about the reported statements that Mr. Efron made to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And to be
Yes, this is
clear,
cross,
when
yeah.
Mr. Efron made all of his statements to you, he had a civil lawyer standing next to him, right?
Yes.
Now, you said you asked Mr. Efron why he waited 2 days to report the incident, and he told you it's because he wanted to have a lawyer present for him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Efron tell you that another reason he waited to report the incident is because he was attempting to contact Mr. Mayor's quote-unquote people, including his manager, Mr. Mayor's manager, trying to get money before he even contacted a lawyer? Did he tell you that?
No.
In fact, Mr. Efron never told you that before coming to see you, meaning before he made his report to the police, that he had already texted a screenshot of the scraped fingers to Mr. Mayor's manager with messages saying that he, Mr. Efron, was getting rich. He never told you that, right?
No.
I'm asking him what was told you. And the answer was he never conveyed that to you, right?
Correct.
Right. In fact, Mr. Efron also did not tell you that before coming to the police, he had already sent a text message to his own business associate saying, quote, I want to get this N-word's money, referring to Mr. Mayers. He never told you that either, right?
Right.
And Mr. Efron also did not tell you that before making his report to the police, before he came to you, Mr. Mayers texted him that Mr. Efron was trying to extort him, that Mr. Efron should stop calling Mr. Mayer's manager, and that Mr. Efron should call the police. He never told you any of that, did he?
He did not.
Uh-oh.
Thank you very much. I don't have anything further.
Thanks for
So, how long did you estimate your interview of Mr. Efron was?
Approximately maybe 20 minutes.
It's weird that he didn't go to the hospital, I agree.
In that 20 minutes, some of that time was in you actually writing down or documenting things on your report?
Yes.
Is your report a verbatim transcript of what Mr. Efron told you or a summary?
A summary.
The gun that Mr. Efron reported was pointed at him. Did he tell you what kind of gun it was? Meaning, was it a revolver or semi-automatic?
He just said black handgun.
Okay. Did you document something in your report that it was a specific type of gun?
I'd have to review the report.
What did he tell you?
It was a semi-automatic.
Okay. You were asked about latent fingerprints. How many times are you aware of latent fingerprints being lifted off of cartridge cases?
I wouldn't know the answer. How many times?
I mean, have you ever received a latent print report documenting fingerprints on fired cartridge cases yourself personally?
No.
Okay. I have nothing else, sir.
No, Your Honor. All right, thank you, Officer Anderson.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Oh, that was a quick one.
Is Detective Flores.
Thank you. So the state that the testimony you may give in the cause not been this.
We've seen this guy before.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Would you please take a seat on the witness stand there? Again, please state and spell your name for the record.
Yes. First name is Frank, F-R-A-N-K. Last name is Flores, F-L-O-R-E-S. Thank you.
We've seen Detective Flores before in preliminary hearings.
Sir, would you tell the jury what your occupation and assignment are?
Yes, I'm a detective with Los Angeles Police Department. I'm assigned to our robbery homicide division.
Were you also in that assignment in November of 2021?
Yes, I was.
How long have you been a police officer for?
Just over 29 years now.
Were you one of the assigned detectives on this case?
Yes, I was.
Who were your partners on this case?
I was assigned along with Detective Carlos Camacho and Detective Danetta Mendes.
And were you and your partners assigned this case on November 9th of 2021?
Yes.
After you were assigned to this case, did you go to the location where the crime occurred, and specifically to Vista Del Mar and Selma Avenue in the city and county of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What was your primary focus in returning to that location?
Primary focus was to canvass the area for cameras, witnesses, any evidence related to the incident that was reported.
And when you say cameras, would that be like surveillance video footage?
Yes, I mean anything private, public, anything that would capture events from that night.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I marked as equals 1. Do you recognize the area that's depicted here?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going back to how it all went down.
For you too, if that makes it easier. It's not going to be back to us.
Okay.
No, it's not evidence tampering.
When you went back to that location, were you able to observe surveillance camera footage from any locations in that area?
Yes.
Would you point out any of those locations on the map for the jury?
Yes. So there was a large area that was canvassed. Argyle here would be on the west side. South side, Selma. Vista Del Mar, which is the north-south street, which kind of dogs right, comes east-west, and exits out to El Centro, was also canvassed, along with, I believe, Hollywood Boulevard as well. So roughly the entire kind of block with the side street of Vista Del Mar in between.
Okay, we've heard about this location, 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. Can you point out for the jury where that location is on this map or graphic?
Yes, 6200 is pretty much the entire, almost encompasses the whole block. It's a very large property, which encompasses from Hollywood down to Selma, down to Vista Del Mar, and then Central on the east.
Okay. Would there be, you said all the way down to Selma, but would these buildings right at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, those would be separate from 6200?
Correct. Kind of cuts off right around the bend here, Vista Del Mar down.
Got it, okay. And we also heard reference in Mr. Efron's testimony to the W Hotel. Can you point out for the jury where the W Hotel would be?
Yes, the W would be here on the west side of Argyle. There's a large kind of lobby entrance, parking entrance here. I believe this is it here. Roughly mid-block between Hollywood and Selma on the west side of the street.
So right where it says Argyle Avenue, you were pointing just to the left of that, those kind of two white lines. Would that be the driveway that would drive into sort of the valet area of the W Hotel?
Correct. That's my rough estimate, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the detective testimony.
The locations where you observed surveillance video from, can you point out those locations?
Yes. So the first point was the parking structure off Argyle, which is roughly just here on Argyle on the east side of the street, just north of Selma. The parking area where the first incident took place. As we continued the path south and then east, as we began northbound on Vista Del Mar, there were cameras here at, I believe this is 1616 Vista Del Mar, which is a kind of privately owned building. And then beyond that, there were cameras attached to 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. In the windows, roughly kind of on the bend here, on the exterior of the base floor of 6200, kind of the rear end. As the street opened back up to North El Centro, there was an additional camera here at which roughly described as a kind of a loading dock to the building, which is on El Centro, just north of Vista Del Mar.
Okay, Your Honor, if I may mark my next exhibit equals 33. It's a single-page document with a photograph of that area of Vista Del Mar and Selma with annotations and markings on it. All right, Detective, I'm showing you what I marked as equals 33. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And you see a number of red boxes, the 1, 2, 3, 4?
Correct.
Are those each locations where camera footage was retrieved from?
Yes.
Let's start with 1. Would that be the parking structure that we talked about?
Yes.
All right, so just to the left of the 1, you see the green triangle with a green arrow in it.
Yes, I do.
Can you
We've already
describe
been
for the
through
jury
this.
what would be represented roughly by that green triangle and arrow?
That would be roughly the angle of the camera, which was under the parking structure, kind of awning at the entrance. And the camera faces northbound towards Hollywood Boulevard, which would be the first major street up.
Okay. And
That makes
you
sense.
observed video from that location, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you people's 14.
Uh-oh. Don't do that to us, Law and Crime. This is right next to where the witness called 911. Hold on, let's skip ahead here.
Selma.
There we go.
Is on the
See, that's why you need a delay.
bottom of the page. So northbound view of the camera looking south.
Okay. And when you were pointing out where the camera was, you were kind of pointing underneath the, kind of to the roof area underneath where that parking lot driveway is, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you were specifically closer to where, I think it says restricted entry.
Yes, roughly there, that area.
Okay. After you observed the video at that location, were you able to obtain a copy of it?
Yes, after canvassing the area, we were able to get copies of different videos from different areas at different times. But yes, we did end up getting a copy of video from this specific camera.
In order to get that specific video, was there anything that you had to do?
Yes.
What was that?
There was a search warrant authored to get copies of video from specifically this camera and the adjoining camera on the El Centro side of the loading dock.
Okay. So what you're talking about is the number 1 and the number 4 on People's 33?
Correct.
Okay. I want to stay with the parking lot first, though. I'm going to pull up the video footage from that location.
No, it doesn't have sound.
Now, on People's Exhibit 15 here, there's 2 files in a folder labeled 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, WNPM. And I'm specifically pulling up the one that says commercial parking entrance.
All right, here we go.
Now, one second. Sorry, it's really hard to read from here. Where I have it paused right now is at 9 minutes and 42 seconds in this video. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
The entire amount of video that you collected from there, was it 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 6 seconds long?
Yes.
And was there a specific time that you started that specific time from when the video started that you collected?
I believe we're looking at roughly around the time of the incident.
Would it have been around 10 o'clock?
Roughly 10 o'clock.
Okay. And the video that we're seeing here, would this be the raw video footage that you received from that location?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to just play it forward a few seconds.
Does it look like he bumped into y'all? Looks like he pushed him. I don't know.
Okay. Detective, can you read the time that it's paused there at?
Yes, it shows 10:15. 10 minutes, 15 seconds.
Okay. I'm going to mark my next exhibit, Your Honor. 34.
Yes.
It's a one-page document that has 3 still images from this parking lot video. They're individually labeled A, B, and C on the page.
That's a funny question.
I don't know why it's coming out in green. kind of an odd color up there, detective, but do you recognize where those three still images are captured from?
Yes,
And what would that be?
that's from the camera that was recovered at the parking structure.
Now, would you tell the jurors just a little bit about your background, training, and experience when it comes to firearms?
Well, I wouldn't consider myself an expert, but I carried a firearm as long as I've been a police officer. Prior to, I've attended training days, qualified, their marksmanship, safety skills with firearms. So I have a good basic understanding through my job and through some extracurricular training days.
Now, in the course of your 29 years of experience, have you had an opportunity to use both semi-automatic pistols and revolvers?
Yes, I carry both.
Are you generally familiar with the difference between those two types of firearms?
Yes.
And could you describe that to the jury?
Yes, a revolver is kind of the older technology of the firearm, the original firearm. It's a wheel gun. It's a wheel where the gun is manually loaded with the ammunition, and after you fire, you have to manually unload it. Meaning, there's a lot more handling of the weapon. When you shoot it, it doesn't eject casings like a semi-automatic handgun.
The reason they keep hammering home this point, we looked up the penal codes again. There's a big difference between assault with a deadly weapon and assault with a semi-automatic firearm in California specifically. And that's where the amount of time you can get goes up. So I was wondering why before. That's the reason why. There's a huge difference in what you can be prosecuted for.
So it's also generally a lower capacity weapon, meaning most revolvers are limited to 5 or 6 rounds capacity. A semi-automatic is more of a modern era weapon. It's a magazine or cartridge-fed weapon, which can hold a large capacity of rounds. Anything from a small semi-automatic can hold 5, 6 rounds up to 17, 18 rounds, depending on the size of the semi-automatic handgun. When you fire that gun, the difference is casings eject. Anytime you fire it, the casing will eject from the handgun to clear the way for the next round. Versus a revolver, when it fires, the wheel just spins to the next available chamber. So.
A big difference in what you can see in the two guns is that wheel that you're describing on the revolver, right?
Yes, the revolver's fairly distinct.
And when you watch this video or even observing the still images on the screen up there, based upon your background, training, and experience in law enforcement and handling both semi-automatics and revolvers, what is your opinion with regard to what type of gun that is, specifically between a revolver or a semi-automatic pistol?
No doubt, semi-automatic.
Okay. Move on to the next location.
Yes, it's legal for him to have a prop gun.
33, and focusing
He's allowed to
on
have it.
location number 2. I believe you already said in your testimony that that location was 1616 Vista Del Mar Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And you said it was a private building, privately owned building, correct?
That was my understanding, yes.
Okay. When you observed video from that location, were there a number of cameras attached to the location?
Yes.
Now,
I highly doubt there was GSR either.
To make it easier for you to explain, but if you would, could you explain generally how those cameras were, what direction those cameras were facing that were attached to that one building?
Yes. Well, basically, if you're looking at the green cones, they represent a camera that was facing in that specific direction. So the property kind of sits on the corner of the bend that goes from Vista Del Mar northbound to Vista Del Mar eastbound. So the cameras face roughly, are placed around the building, facing different angles outwards towards the street.
Okay, so the bottommost one on the building label number 2, that one, that would have been facing towards the intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma, correct?
Correct.
And that's the grainy surveillance video that we watched a number of times, correct?
Correct.
The very next one to the left of that.
That's a good question.
Facing towards, yeah, that one, the 6200 Hollywood building. What area would that have captured?
It's roughly, as the street begins to turn, that's roughly the front of the building. Would roughly cover kind of the pedestrian entrance to the building.
Okay. And then going up to the northmost part of the building, there's 2 additional cameras there, correct?
Correct.
Do those cameras kind of overlap in their coverage?
Yes, roughly they do.
All right. Go back to People's 15. The hard drive. There's a separate folder labeled 1616 Vista Del Mar. Detective, you see there's 2 files in that folder, correct?
Correct.
They both start with the word magic.
Yes.
Okay.
What's up with that?
The first one ends in the number 3000. I'm going to open up that file. And I'm going to make this bigger. Now, do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
Can you describe this at all for the jurors?
Yes. Roughly, this is camera number 1 on would be the south side of the building at 1616.
Hold on 1 second. So before you number the cameras, they're actually labeled in the top left-hand corner, correct?
Correct.
So that the top leftmost corner would be camera 1, and there's no image display, correct?
Correct.
And then camera number 2 is the next one over in the top middle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to skip forward. Is this how the video came to you when you first viewed it?
Yes.
I'm going to jump over here.
Yeah, Nick, it's tough. We talked about the laws here. The laws, again, in California are way different than the rest of the world. So I see y'all talking about the aggressor. It's going to be tough because even in California, unless A$AP Rocky thought Relly had a gun, he technically wouldn't have been able to pull a gun on him. Just because even if Relly pushed him or he thought he was in fear of his life, from what we've been able to see in California specifically, you can't just pull a gun on somebody for that. It's tough. What's up, Coco? Yeah, the gun laws are tough out there. You do not want to have a gun in California. You have to get shot before you... It's not true. You have to get shot before you can pull out a gun in California. Even then, you might be in trouble. Okay. Dang, Amy's calling me a clown. What did I do, Amy? I'm playing. She's not. She's gonna say something now.
Right now I have it paused at 22:16:55. Okay, so from we have it
What's up,
paused
Lauren?
here. There's 4 cameras that are displayed, correct?
Correct.
And each one of these represent cameras that we just talked about in that exhibit equals 33.
Yes.
And if you double click on the cameras, it makes them individual screens, correct?
Yes.
All right. This would be that one that faces towards Vista Del Mar and Selma?
Correct.
Camera 3 would be that next camera to the left, which covers, you said, the front entrance of the building, correct?
Correct.
jump over to camera, is that 5? I believe it's 5.
Correct.
All right, that area that we see in the top left of this camera, is that that curve on Vista Del Mar that you were talking about?
Yes, that camera will be facing roughly west and south.
Whoops, sorry, y'all.
Towards the curve.
Correct.
And then the last one, camera 4. Which direction would that camera be facing?
That will be facing eastbound towards Front Central.
Got it. Okay. And if you play these videos on this player, would you agree that the 4 cameras that are displayed there play simultaneously?
Yes.
So they're each playing what they captured that moment, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to start with camera 2. And we'll play it.
I've already seen this, but we'll run it back anyway.
Pause it.
Right,
You
Loca,
can read
but
the time at the bottom when I'm switch screens, but the timestamp at the bottom left here.
It's 20.
but also if they're not pulling a gun on you, you can't pull a gun on them.
All right.
So that's true to a degree.
3. And I'll play at this portion. And pause it. The time.
22:17:29.
And so would that have shown the same person that we saw running away in camera 2 as they're crossing in front of the building?
Yes, it's in sequence.
Okay. We'll jump over to number 5 that faces the curve. I might have passed already, but I'll keep playing it from here. Is it moving?
It's not playing.
It's not playing. Okay. Now, would that be the same person that we saw in the last 2 cameras as well?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll jump to camera number 4. Is that individual now towards the top of the screen here?
Yes.
Playing it. And pausing it. Can you give us the time?
22:17:40.
Would that be when the,
See,
the man in
Ills.
the black sweatshirt meets up with the person who's wearing the red jacket?
Yes.
I'm going to go back in time a little bit. So that, you would agree that the sequence that we just played was sort of following the man in the black sweatshirt, correct?
Correct.
All right. Go back. I'm going to ask you to follow the other individuals that you see. Before I hit play, would you give us the timestamp again?
22:16:57.
All right. So we've gone back in time now. Would you agree?
Yes.
And I will hit play from here.
Here's the whole thing going down right there. That we can barely see. On the stand right now is Frank Flores. He's the detective.
So after the man in the black sweatshirt runs away, what does the man in the red jacket do?
He pauses initially, then he follows the man in black sweatshirt.
And the other 2 individuals, you see one of them walking in the same direction that those
Yeah,
man
the
in black
gun's
and man in the red
tough.
jacket went?
Yes.
Okay. Is he walking towards what would be El Centro?
Yes, he's walking northbound Vista Del Mar, which turns to El Centro.
Can we go to camera 3? He's wearing a blue jacket, fair to say?
I know, Amy, I know.
Down to camera 5. And then last thing, camera 4. Would you agree he walks up Vista Del Mar, makes that turn, and then walks towards El Centro?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall the time, the amount of video that you collected from that location, the time specifically?
I do not. I believe there's two clips, different portions for 1616. This is Del Mar.
1 second then. Okay, Your Honor, we have written stipulations that will be entered. Do you want me to mark them as
Yes.
entered? Okay.
Yes.
Then let's mark them as 35.
That's exactly what I said, Michelle. I agree.
I think I already did that, did I?
did.
You did. I've already did it. It's an agreement, it's just an agreement between both sides regarding the fact.
And the further would be that stipulation would mean that once it's entered, that fact is proven. And
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
does not need any determination.
Okay. I'm going to put it up and I'll read it into the record. I'm going to start with stipulation number 1. The parties stipulate as follows. Stipulation number 1, surveillance video from 1616 Vista Del Mar Avenue. On November 9th, 2021, Detective Frank Flores and Carlos Camacho of the Los Angeles Police
Yeah,
Department
Deshauna, it's the same one who was dripping.
downloaded surveillance video from the privately owned business at 1616 Vista Del Mar Avenue in Hollywood. The video was originally recorded between 10:10 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. and 11 p.m. to 11:20 p.m. on November 6, 2021. The surveillance video contained People's Exhibit 15.
Yes, Laura, there you go.
Correct
Exactly.
copy of that video. The system video date and timestamp are accurate to actual time. So, Detective, you were saying you collect video between 2 different times, correct?
Correct.
So from 10:10 to 10:30, that would be a portion of which was just played as we went through the video, correct?
Yes.
Then the next portion that you collected started a half an hour later.
Correct.
So did you personally watch any of the video between 10:30 p.m. and 11 p.m.?
I believe we screened it through that time period while we were present.
And what did that portion collect, or capture, if you recall?
From my recollection, it didn't capture anything that we saw pertinent to the case.
And this is the part that pisses me off. All this video is lost from the time Relly could have, or when he did, pick up the shell casings. This guy right here, Detective Frank Flores, decided that the video that was taken between that time wasn't relevant, or he didn't see anything that needed to be captured. Garbage. Absolute garbage.
And what did that portion collect, or capture, if you recall?
From my recollection, it didn't capture anything that we saw pertinent to the case.
Would it have captured the police, the patrol officer's response?
Yes, it would have.
Okay. Did you collect the video between 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m.?
I'm sorry?
Did you collect that video, though, from 10:30
Insane.
to 11 p.m.?
No.
And why did you collect that video?
Again, we were focused on the time periods where the victim had indicated the incident occurred and he had returned.
So you were mainly focused on collecting
does.
video
Happens
of the
all the time.
actual shooting incident, correct?
Correct.
Now, we heard
Tragic.
heard through the stipulation, and I believe through your testimony, that you also collected video from 11 to 11:20, correct?
That's correct.
So why is it that you collected video from that portion of the video?
Again, there was indication that the victim said he had returned to recover evidence from the scene, so that's what we were trying to verify.
Had you spoken to Mr. Efron at that point?
Yes, I believe we had spoken to Mr. Efron before we went out to campus initially.
And he told you that he went back to collect it, correct?
Correct.
Crazy.
When he told you he went back to collect it, when did he tell you he went back?
He said roughly within an hour.
And knowing that you did not take in any of that video into evidence, you're just like, oh, he seems like a good guy. Sure, he found the shell casings. Come on, man. That was some key evidence there.
Okay, let me go to that second video. So it's from the same system, correct?
Correct.
All right. Go down to the second one. I know we're getting close to noon, Mark. If I could just cover this one topic and then we can break.
There you go. Laura C. Thank you. Shout out to Laura C in here. She's on her way to law school. She says, I've seen cases similar with similar facts and patterns. The prop gun defense, where the jury simply disregards the law because they believe it is unfairly punitive or simply disagree with the current law. See, this is the problem. This can be a blessing and a curse when it comes to a jury, because if it's in your favor that they say, oh, well, I just disagree with the law, I don't like it, then you could get guilty. But if it goes the other way and they say, I disagree with the law, you should be in jail, then you get locked up. This is the tough thing with juries, and this statement from Laura C is scary, but it's a fact, which is why you run a real risk. What kind of jury are you going to get? Are they going to disagree with the law that says maybe he shouldn't have pulled a prop gun out? Maybe he shouldn't have a gun on him? It's tough, man. Great point there, Laura C. Thank you. Yeah, sad. Intent, yeah, exactly.
Okay, I have this second video paused at 23:09:44, which would be 11:09:44 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
All right. And there's only video collected from camera 2 at this portion, correct?
Correct.
I will play it forward from here. You see an individual with kind of a light colored top and a dark colored bottom or pants walking around that area?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you have a cursor on there?
Rocky might take the stand. I highly doubt it, though. Yeah, and shout out to OD Lock TV. Defending yourself and pulling out a semi-automatic firearm are two different things.
questions for you. Can you read us the timestamps we know what was played?
That's roughly 23:11:39.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Efron's testimony in this case that he took a photograph just before he collected the cartridge casing, and the photograph was timestamped at 11:45 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Did you have that precise time or piece of information about Mr. Efron returning to the scene when you collected this video?
No, not the exact time. Roughly, we had an hour.
Of course not.
You have just a rough estimate for Mr. Efron, correct?
That's correct.
Not a precise.
We're going to take a break now.
I have two questions on this. If I just finish, sorry, Your Honor. Did Mr. Efron tell you that when he returned to the scene to collect those cartridge casings that he was also with his girlfriend, or essentially with another person?
Yes, another person had gone along with him.
In the portion of the video that you just watched, did you see another person with that individual in the light top?
No.
Is the person in that portion of the video wearing clothing which was consistent with the clothing that Mr. Efron was wearing at the time of the shooting?
No.
As you sit here right now, do you believe that still believe that the person depicted in that video is Mr. Efron?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, when
Speculation. It calls for speculation.
when you collected that video, did you initially believe that that was Mr. Efron?
Yes, we did.
Do you still believe that today?
Objection, Your Honor. His opinion as to whether it is or isn't Mr. Efron is
No speaking objections.
Sorry, but I was giving you a reason.
Can I give an offer of proof, Your Honor?
Ask the question again.
Yes. You said when you collected the video, you thought that was Mr. Efron. The question is, as you sit here now, having more information, do you still believe that?
I don't.
We can at least say to make an offer. Objection sustained. Yes.
And answer be stricken, please.
Yes, the answer is stricken. We'll break till 1:30, folks.
Wow.
Please be outside the courtroom doors and that's the case and no internet. No.
There it is, man. So we're gonna we'll have to review the rest of the detective testimony, which we've heard most of in preliminary hearings. It'll be interesting to see Cross on this as well. Yeah, shout out to y'all for having a great conversation. Shout out to Odie Lock TV. He says he can pull a gun, especially if he's registered gun owner. Nope. You can't. Not in California. It's different than the rest of the world, and I think Lauren's going to talk to it. I read the penal codes in that area, and I'm trying to go back and see where I left it at, because basically, no, that's Georgia. I'm trying to find them. So basically, yes, you have a right to defend yourself, but if I push you, or let's say you push me, and then I push you back, and then you push me, and then we get into a fist fight, and you punch me in the face. Unlike many other states where we were talking about stand your ground, I cannot then, because I say, oh gosh, this is going bad, I think I might die. I cannot, in California, pull out a gun and shoot and kill you. That is not how it works in California. In California, you are breaking the law if you do that, even as a registered gun owner. Again, I'm not an attorney, so if y'all do your own research on this, but from what I've seen in the penal codes that I've looked up, it says that you are allowed to defend yourself, but not in that way. So this is probably weighs into one of the reasons why they're leaning more on the prop gun defense in this case. Because they want to say, hey, okay, so even if he did shoot, he wasn't going to be able to harm him in that way. And it's not assault with a semi-automatic firearm, which was a big deal, really big deal. Let me see what Laura said too. You can defend yourself, but not if you're the initial aggressor. That's another point. Unless you first retreat and disengage from the fight, aka retreat, and in defending yourself, it has to be necessary. And we went over it. I really want to find this. Hold on a second. I'm going to find this for y'all. Glocks. Let me see if I could find it. Ah. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I found it. I found it. So we have the law here in California. And I want to look up. Let's see. California pointing a gun. So California, and this is under Penal Code 245A1. Let me see here. So that was assault with a deadly weapon. You get a year in jail and fines up to $1,000. If it's a felony, you can get 2 to 4 years. This is why they're not going with assault with a deadly weapon, and they're going to assault with a semi-automatic firearm under Penal Code 245B. What is assault with a semi-automatic firearm in California? Attempt to apply force to another person with the semi-automatic firearm, act in a way that causes the victim to fear or intimidate harm. You do not need to fire the gun. Brandishing, aiming, or threatening with it can be enough. All right, and then let me see. So you could claim self-defense if you reasonably believed you were in imminent danger. Again, the thing with the imminent danger is going to be tough to prove. And we talked about that as well. Where is imminent danger? Because you have, what was it? Imminent danger of self-defense. False allegations if someone falsely accused you. That's how you could beat it. Lack of defense. Okay. And I want to find out one more thing. Give me 1 second. I'm going to look this up so I can tell y'all for sure. So we've got, all right, self-defense and imminent danger. And I'll read some of y'all's comments here in a second as well. So if you reasonably believe you are in danger, yes, you can pull in California. But again, the problem is who was the aggressor? Who was the aggressor? And how do you believe you were in imminent danger? You reasonably believe that you or someone else were in imminent danger of being killed, seriously injured, or the victim of a forcible crime. You reasonably believe that using force was necessary to prevent harm. The force you use was proportional to the threat. You can't just shoot someone just for pushing you. See, this is the problem. And all of these have to be true. We went through this on another live stream, but all of these 3 things have to be true. So you have to believe that you were in imminent danger. That's the one thing. Rocky might have that. You have to reasonably believe that using the force was necessary to prevent harm. You could argue that one. The third one is here where you get into where you have an issue. The force you use was proportional to the threat. If Relly hadn't threatened to shoot him, said he was going to shoot him, even if Relly had threatened that he was going to beat him up or fight him, you cannot say that the force Rocky allegedly used was proportional to the threat. It's going to be tough to argue, in my opinion. Here's some examples of imminent danger. Someone raises a gun or knife at you and appears ready to use it. Someone charges at you aggressively, ready to hit or tackle you. So he's got imminent danger there, right? Because maybe he got pushed back. An attacker is likely is actively choking or strangling you. Someone is breaking into your home while you are inside. These are just examples. Not imminent danger. Someone threatens to hurt you later or next time. That's not imminent, right? Someone walks towards you aggressively but hasn't made a physical move. It's tough. You get into, and this is California, you get into an argument and the person yells but does not attempt to harm you. All right, let's talk about deadly force in California. You can only use deadly force if you are facing an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. You cannot use deadly force to protect your property alone. You cannot shoot someone for stealing your car. That's a funny example. If the attacker stops, runs away, or is disarmed, you must stop using force. Continuing to attack could turn you into the aggressor. And then stand your ground versus duty to retreat. This is a great point. California has a stand your ground law, meaning you do not have to retreat before defending yourself. So they have it. But again, that third one, the force you used was proportional. That's going to be tough, y'all. So we'll have to wait and see how this goes. We'll have to wait and see, because now seeing that, and again, y'all do your own research. I'm not an attorney. I'm just doing research just like y'all would. It seems like it's an uphill battle, in my opinion. But some of you are saying it could be self-defense. Yeah, I could see that too. All right, y'all, we're going to get up out of here. We will be back tomorrow morning. So if you haven't yet, make sure y'all subscribe, like the video, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any time we go live. We'll be dropping a couple more videos and clips this afternoon as well as tomorrow morning. And y'all know we will be back. We do not miss tomorrow. All right, looking forward to seeing y'all there. Hope you have a great rest of your afternoon. Thanks for hanging out with us here. Thank you to everybody who supported and sent in the super chats. And as always, y'all know what to do. Keep growing. Keep pushing. Keep it classy. We gone. Peace.